Okay, everybody, councillors and anybody that's on live stream, staff, welcome to our, just check on the naming, here we are, wrong piece of paper, Pete, Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting for the month of February. We'll start off with the leave of absence. I've got an apology from Mayor Otto. He's down in Brisbane today representing the council, so I'll move that his apology be accepted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henson, all those in favour? Unanimous. And I'd also just like to acknowledge that Councillor Duff is an apology. She will be here and teamsing in at 10 o'clock. She's just got some issues that she has to sort out now, and our CEO is in Brisbane with our Mayor. So those two people, just an apology for them. And we move on now to the recognition of our traditional owners, and normally that's done by Councillor Duff, but I'll ask Councillor Potter to do that service today.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet, the Waka Waka people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Well done. Any declaration of... Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'd like to just add, and it's been brought to my attention over the Australia Day weekends, that we acknowledge, and as Councillor Potter has just made mention of our Waka Waka people and the land that we live on, I'd also like to bring it to this chamber's attention that was brought to my attention over Australia Day, that on the western side of the Boyne River, we actually are in Willy Willy people's country, which is the Auburn Hawkwood people. So I'd also like to acknowledge them, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Henson, and point well made. As we know, different mobs have different areas, and we have the Willy Willy adjoining the Waka Waka on the northern boundary. So yeah, fair point. Okay, so declarations of interest. Councillors, do we have any declarations of interest for anything today? All good? Councillor Shoemaker?
The only thing I just wanted to seek some advice on, Deputy Mayor Jones, is item 11.3. My mother-in-law's actually been a part of the community group that's met about First Settlers Park, Banarkin. I don't feel I have a conflict in relation to that, but I just did want to seek some advice.
Yes, yeah, through Acting Mayor. Yeah, we can just note that, but yeah, I would agree. I don't think there's a conflict to be dealt with there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, she's passed on feedback about the project as a long-standing resident of Banarkin.
And I totally understand where you're coming from, Councillor Shoemaker, but that's where local government has got to today. We've all got, it's just ridiculous. I've made my feelings known on this conflict of interest stuff, but if we declare everything, there'll be no councillors in the room and we won't make any decisions. So all good. So declaration of interest, all good. Now I just want to move a procedural motion, councillors, that the next item on the agenda is notices of motion, and they've all been put forward by Councillor Duff. As I said, is an apology. She won't be joining the meeting till around 10 o'clock and she'll be teamsing in. So I just want to move a procedural motion that we move agenda items 5.1, 5.2 and 5.3 down to after questions on notice after agenda 13. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henson, do I have any, all in favour, or those in favour? Yep, thank you. So we'll do that in fairness to Councillor Duff. We'll move on now to item 6.1, and that is the Infrastructure Planning Works Portfolio Report, and that is my portfolio. So I'll present the Infrastructure Planning Works Portfolio Report for the month of February, and the current design projects, the main ones, the key projects: Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road at Wengenville, the detailed design for TMR, that is 95% complete. Wandai Industrial Estate Stage 2 road and intersection widening, 40% complete on the design there. First Avenue Kingaroy, pavement rehabilitation detailed design, 80% complete. Corndale Road at Corndale Road, widening detailed design, that's 50% complete. Our main minor projects, we run through them: Fairdale Road, Cushney, Highsville Road, Corcall, Mackenzie Street, Wandai, Osborne End Street, got a frog in my throat. Mackenzie Street, Wandai, Cadell Street, Wandai, Silverleaf Road by E, River Road, Kingaroy roundabout, and Campbell's Road by E. You can see that most of those are all somewhere between 10 and 50% complete. Our capital works program, Campbell's Road by E. You can see there that the expected start date is in February, expected to be completed in March. We have a budget of around 270,000. Fairdale Road at Fairdale, that's pavement rehabilitation works between chain 0.850 to chain 1.6 and also chain 1.9 to 3 and chain 6.3 to chain 6.8, and that's also going to start in February, continue through to March. Cumbia CBD upgrade started in October, and hopefully we will continue through and have that upgrade in Cumbia completed by the month of March with a $350,000 budget there. But as we all know, the way things go, hopefully we can stay within or close to that amount, but if not, we might have to find some more there. Kingaroy Street in Kingaroy started in January, hopefully completed in February. That's a footpath replacement. Leopard Court in Kingaroy, the drainage works, that'll happen through the month of February. Moffatdale State School, Moffatdale School Disabled Access, started in January, hope to be completed in February. Our gravel and shoulder resheeting, you can run through there quickly. Hamilton Road, Nanango, Mount Stanley, Muir Drive, Rackmans Road. Bitumen resealing, Bix Road in Cloyna. And you see right through there, there's a large amount of resealing works there. It's a huge program, and it covers right across from Mergen to Warrulan, Crawford, Crownthorpe, Glenrock, Mergen again, Ironpot, Johnstown, Sunny Nook, Silverleaf, Stewart Valley Drive, Taylor's Road in Kingaroy, Tingura Chelmsford Road, Cumbia Minmore Road, Wattle Camp Road at Wattle Camp, and West Street Kingaroy. So huge resealing program about to get underway there. Our patrol grading, the patrol grading program has recommenced after many months of emergency flood recovery works by the crews, with work commencing as indicated below. And you can go through again, and we go right across the whole region. We've got crews right across the South Burnett, and they'll continue doing that. We'll talk a little bit more about that when I finish the report. I'll go to our staff. Our roadside slashing, as we all know, it has been dry and the staff were starting to get on top of things. Again, we're starting to get rain across the region. So they're back out there now and they're well and truly underway doing the roadside slashing. So you can see again a fair area covered there with our tractor and slashers. We go through then to completed works for noting. In the design and planning projects, Dolby Street in Nanango, detailed design water main renewal. George Street in Kingaroy, the pavement rehabilitation. Alfred Street in Nanango, detailed design for footpath. Moffatdale School, detailed design of bus set down and car parking. And Blake Street, Proston, detailed design, water main renewal. Our capital works programs, the Blackbutt CBD, Elbow Road at Merwood, just to name a couple, McGinley Road in Nanango, Hicken Way in Nanango, Drayton Street in Nanango, Hart Street, Blackbutt, Appin Street in Nanango. Nanango Brooklands Road. So there's a heap there. Patrol grading, again, that's some of the stuff that as I mentioned, we've just got our patrol grading program back up, and we have had a bit of flack come through to the council in regards to that. We weren't doing it simply because we were out there addressing the high priority flood damage, but it's good to see that we're back up, and Kev can elaborate, or Aaron can add more to that. Roadside slashing again. All across the infrastructure works for the year to date, customer requests, you can see some graphs there. Anyone that's watching on the live stream, you can go on the website and see all this. The graphs are all there. Customer requests for year to date. Recent storm damage and flood response overview. I'll just read this quickly. Since the first severe weather event in November 21, 7,328 urgent repair locations have been identified, 6,203 of which have been repaired under emergency or immediate reconstruction works. Due to the QRA emergent works period closing, the remaining sites are now being captured and repaired under reconstruction of essential public assets, better known as REPA, R-E-P-A. The identified damage will be added to the submissions currently being prepared and lodged with QRA for approval. To date, approximately $14.8 million has been spent across the 5 events. QRA has provided grant advances and a 30% payment on 5 REPA submissions, plus progress payments for emergency and immediate reconstruction works. Total funding received to date is approximately $7.68 million. Council contribution totals $1.149 million, incorporating trigger points in ineligible plant and payroll on costs to date. QRA have approved submissions to the value of $12.01 million, with a further $21.5 million lodged with QRA, currently pending approval. Further REPA submissions and immediate reconstruction works claims are being prepared and submitted to QRA for approval, with an estimated final cost of $46.4 million. Roads will continue to be monitored for safety concerns, and works will be undertaken prior to QRA approval. If required, to ensure a safe and accessible road network throughout the region, the cost for these works will be subject to QRA approval and will carry some risk of non-reimbursement. A detailed assessment will be undertaken to ensure the eligibility of any works undertaken pre-approval. The first betterment submissions have been lodged, which includes the below assets. These projects were selected as the first submission due to repeated damage with a high chance of being funded by QRA. The submission seeks an additional $624,000 in betterment funding. Now, those betterment submissions overview: Dip Road at Windra. We're trying to get new concrete pavement to new culverts and apron replacement. Flagstone Creek Road, Haley Creek, concrete pavement extension to existing floodway. Mercer Springgate Road, East Nanango, concrete pavement extension to new concrete floodway replacement. And Williams Road, Banarkin, concrete pavement extension to existing floodway. So that tells you that $46.4 million in damage from 5 rain events across our region. And the damage inspection status overview, it's all there for you. There's some pictures there. It's a really good report, very detailed in the back end, the CapEx works, all that sort of stuff. It's self-explanatory. But in finishing up, and before I go to the other councillors and the staff, I just want to, as I always do, say a huge congratulations and thanks to all the men and women out there, in particular in the infrastructure, on the roads and drainage crew. Also, right across our whole South Burnett Council, every man and woman in this organisation do a wonderful job, and they have been working under extreme conditions for a long, long period of time. But we're dealing with the roads crew here today, so Aaron, please take back, for me personally as a portfolio, and I'm sure I'm talking for the rest of these people here, huge congratulations and appreciation for the work they've done. And that $46.4 million has certainly answered or explains a lot of why our patrol grading and all that had to be put on hold, but I believe it's starting back up. So I'll give you the opportunity, Aaron, to respond on behalf and just explain a few things in that report, or Kev, either or.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Yeah, that's correct. The patrol grading, we've essentially been juggling patrol grading and our emergency works for quite some time, and it's good to be able to get back into the full program again. We have been obviously doing a lot of patrol grading in conjunction with the emergency works, but it's been not the same as pre-flood damage. So that's good to get into. In terms of our flood damage, that's correct. We're slowly creeping up. We're currently just shy of $50 million worth of flood work. We've got we're working on about a quarter of that program, physically working on those approved submissions, and half of that is currently with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority assessing submissions, and then we've got another quarter of that program which our team are currently assessing. So assessing damage, still assessing damage, and it's interesting, even though we do have approvals, we're constantly going back and reviewing the road, the network, and we do find that there's additional damage coming up. So it's ongoing. Yeah.
Thanks, Kev, and I'll now hand over to any of the councillors who wish to comment. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'd also like to express my thanks. We had a lot of damage done to roads in East Nanango specifically, and I had a lot of negative feedback from residents. However, that's definitely turned around and they're very happy with what's being done, good jobs and onto it. So thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Councillor Potter. We'll go to Councillor Potter and then to Councillor Henson and then Councillor
Thank
Shoemaker.
you, Deputy Mayor. Look, first of all, I'd like to say thank you, and also that last table with the table 1, the contract status, that is really good. And it's really good to see where they're all up to. You know, with the contract, you know, the offers when they're closed and everything. So thank you for that. Just a couple of questions with regards to Alfred Street, Kingaroy, in a section between Mant and First Avenue. There's one patch that's been fixed, but there's another patch roughly out the front of 73, which is quite a large patch that whenever you go over it, you've actually got it's quite a large section that needs doing. And I know I did put in a report about that a while ago, but just wondering when that's being done. And the other one was First Avenue itself. I know we had talked about First Avenue before, and it's on, I believe it's on the Forward Works program. I'm just wondering when that is. You can take these on notice. I'm quite happy with that if that's needed. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The the Alfred Street one will take on notice. I'm aware of the patch that you're looking at. We'll go back and have a look at that program. First Avenue, we'll be able to bring an update on that probably at the next, as it on notice. Just to highlight there, we are looking to combine capital and Reaper through that section. So the pavement design for that road has been done, and I think we're just finalising the sections there. So we're confident that will move forward in the next couple of months.
Happy with that, Councillor Potter? Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Yeah, the same, reiterate as Councillor Erkins and Councillor Potter has said to the staff out there that are on the ground. And I've said before, without them, we would be nothing in this council. And there's been some fairly thankless tasks and sometimes conversations we've had to deal with at times with that 5 weather events. Can I ask a question just in relation to, there's a lot of facts and figures there, and I think the public really needs to be aware that $46 million, when we started at $20 million back some 6 or 8 months ago when it started to get wet, and we've had 5 major weather events since then, or in total. But just in the paragraph there on page 20, halfway down, when it states the facts and figures there, can I just bring to attention, council contribution totals 1.149 million, incorporating trigger points and ineligible plant and payroll on costs to date. Do we have any idea, and I guess I can direct this as either Manager Susie Jarvis or Manager Aaron Meehan, in relation to the money that we've put in for, and there's obviously another 30-odd plus million dollars, have we any idea that what contribution council might have? With those figures that are in front of me there, that's roughly 7 or 8% council's contributed that we wouldn't have had to contribute if we hadn't had 5 weather events. Do we have any idea what that could cost council in the finalising of this Reaper works? Like, we're talking 30 odd more million dollars, and on those figures there, council's had 1.149 million in spending already that we would not have budgeted for or been aware of. Is that a fair question and comment? Do we have any idea what that could cost us?
Yeah, through the chair. The 1.149 includes our trigger points from the 5 events. So originally we did talk about rolling those trigger points together. My understanding is we were unsuccessful in achieving that. What happens with our day labour, if we deliver some works through council, some elements are ineligible. So there's elements to overheads and plant and those sort of things. Currently, just by way of progress for the council, we will be coming back to council either next month or the following month to walk through the Reaper program. We are putting that together now. It is very complex. I've been sitting over that since I got back into that role in January to provide some governance over that Reaper program. There's lots of sections to go through. There's also lots of capital contribution, and there's also lots of decisions where council might have to decide whether they want to contribute to resealing a road in conjunction with works. Conversations we've had is, a lot of people, in fairness to a lot of people, don't understand that there's a difference between that white paint mark and the other paint marks that are on the road, where we don't want to leave potholes and those sort of things. But to answer your question, council, we would come back to council, and we're probably looking to give a forward forecast once we nut down the Reaper program, and also our co-contribution to that as well. So if we have to contribute to that, we'd be looking to do that out of capital works to our day labour if possible. And we're currently working through that model at the moment. But I would expect that the larger part of that is your trigger points that have gone through. So I think they're worth over 2. about $1 million in trigger points that we've had over since our first event. So with that, we'll go through and calculate what that looks like. Obviously, we may get another trigger point in the next couple of weeks, as depending on which forecast that you read. But yeah, it is a budget amount that we've had to work through, and Kev's working with Kerry and the team at the moment to work how that's going to be contributed to, particularly out of his OPEX budget.
Thank you, Manager Mann, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I think the public needs to be made well aware, and I think we in Chambers here, Councillor Erkins, for your information, when our first weather events, there was a massive sigh went around this Chambers because, correct me if I'm wrong, there's $250,000 every time we access a trigger point. So 4 or 5 of them, and I can remember very well when the staff was trying to roll that into one, but that's a fair whack to take when we've had 4 or 5 of them and $1 million just in trigger points that we can't avoid. So I think, Deputy Mayor, that needs to be portrayed to the public, perhaps in a media release, that that these trigger points cost us before we start to do anything.
Yeah, fair point, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, thanks for the report. So much information in here. I'd like to acknowledge on page 19, it states that year to date, we have received 2,275 customer requests for this department. That's an enormous number of phone calls and issues. And I know just this morning I was talking to a gentleman who's in the queue, and I guess just acknowledge that out of that, there are still 352 that are current, and clearly the number of requests that we're receiving are beyond our capacity to always respond within the timelines that we would like to. So without further increasing our customer service resources, and that 77% of those have been around roads and drainage. It was wonderful to read on page 24 about the drainage and culvert clean-out program. I know we've spoken a lot about that, and to see that 447 drains and pipes on 149 roads have been cleaned out and desilted from October, in alignment with the QRA immediate reconstruction works funding. That's an excellent outcome. I just wanted to ask, it seems that the works that are now on hold, awaiting the REPA submission, if there was a time frame around that, or if we're just basically in a queue.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we're dealing with the QRA at the moment for them to provide us some forward time frames of when our submissions will be likely to be assessed. We expect between now and March, the majority of them will start to give us approvals for those. Obviously, where we've got capital works and we've got REPA inside that, we are moving ahead with those works so we don't come back, which would be reputationally not a good idea. But what we're looking to do, and one of the things we've spoken about with our team at Red Frost, is looking to clear as many drains in addition to the works while we're there, where it's eligible. And where we're unable to do that, Kev will look to put a program to council around being able to do some additional drainage works and putting that through to council for their consideration also in the upcoming budget workshops, because obviously it's been an issue that's been raised. And we're looking forward to discussing that with council to see how you wish to take that forward. So, but anywhere it's eligible, we are doing as much as we can. When that REPA approval comes through, we'll look to clear as much drainage as we can.
Excellent. It's wonderful to see that's been prioritised. Also great to read that Hamilton and Muir Road are on the list for gravel resheeting. We've all been on that road, boots on the ground, had a look, and it's wonderful for the residents that we've got that in queue. Just my final question was just in relation to, further to what Councillor Henson has spoken about, I'm a bit concerned about this risk around what's ineligible and what we're paying for upfront without knowing whether we're going to be reimbursed for it. So am I hearing you right when you say that comes off of our operational costs and that will potentially change, I imagine, our operational program, or how does this actually work?
Through Deputy Mayor. so 4 of the trigger points Kev's just mentioned were accounted for last year. So with the ineligible works, our plan is probably to come back and talk to council about how you wish to take that funded forward. So there's some works that we would be looking to. So council has its capital allocation, I think it was $3 million or something along those lines. We've got a number of buckets, I suppose, that we have to look at how we're going to meet some of those costs around ineligible plan and complementary works. Our intention was to come back to council with a forward report so that we can track that money forward to. I note that there's probably some works that we've had to undertake already in advance of our REAPER approval for safety and those sort of things. So we do have some minor risk of QRA may say we're not going to pay for you to dig out that hole or whatever it might be. So we're looking to come to council with a forward plan of which roads you want to do as complementary upgrades. Or when I say upgrades, I mean, if you do 45 patches, do you want to do the 55? And do you want to do a reseal over the top? We're going to report those to council first through a report and say, how do you want to allocate your money? Or if you don't want to do it, that's fine. What's your priority? So there's a number of roads that we're looking at the moment. So particularly, I think Silverleaf, Campbell's, Fairdale Road, which have capital works on them and funded capital works, and REAPER. So we'll be looking to report those to council to say, how do you want to proceed with that? We recommend that you do combine their items together, I suppose, to get a good outcome for the community. And where we have ineligible works, we'll look to track that and report to council so that everyone's got awareness, so we get some guidance, so we don't go off and do works that are not a priority. So very much in our mind at the moment to make sure we try and keep that under control, and council's aware of what's our strategy to take that forward. Particularly, I know that there's a lot of competing priorities for works on roads, and make sure that councils are aware of how that actually goes forward. If it's council staff doing REAPER packages, then we'll be looking to bring a forward estimate as part of our budget to say we've identified so many dollars for that package. And we'll be looking to bring that hopefully out of capital as opposed to operational budget if we take some of the larger packages on.
Yeah, I'm just mindful, we lay out our capital program based on the asset data and the information that we have available at that time in terms of its age and those sorts of things. I can see this getting murky in terms of damage has been done. That road wasn't necessarily, let's just say, due for a reseal or that level of treatment for another couple of years. I'm concerned that there will be roads that we're going to have to push off the list that are actually ready for reseal that were in this year's program that maybe haven't been impacted by flood to meet the needs of these other works. I'm a bit nervous about how we're managing the budget around this. So I look forward to that report coming back and some more information. I think it could be rather risky if we're sort of loading ourselves up too much. Sometimes you have to go slow to go fast, and I'd really like to get into the detail and have some united approach around how we proceed here without that risk of overspending or using budgets or sweating assets that really can't be sweated any longer. So I think there's a much bigger conversation to be had there, and I welcome that. Thank you.
Councillor Henson, just briefly, and we'll wrap it up.
It is going to be very brief, Deputy Mayor Jones. And one thing, we compliment staff quite regularly, or we like to, for a genuine reason. Can I just quickly add that over the weekend, the council's been working out in my division on the western side out there, and some machinery was parked on my boundary fence over the weekend, which I'm certainly happy to do, or not happy to do, sorry, but I'm glad that they parked them there. But I take particular interest in making sure that those machines are secure, because we know of the vandalism and the theft that goes on, and I'm sure council in the workshops experience that with what they have to replace regularly. So I kept an eye on that over the weekend. Can I just note the condition of those machines, and I'm not going to pick them out or label them, but we sit in this chamber and make decisions on buying machinery here. One particular machine was one of the ones we discussed and purchased not that long ago, and the other machine, I'm led to believe, by Nico Pen on certain parts of the machine, had 11,000 hours on it. Now, I'm led to believe that could possibly be correct. If that machine's got 11,000 hours on it, you could barely pick it from the new machine parked behind it. So that's an absolute credit to our staff, and I believe that would follow on and have great benefits to this council when we go to sell those machines at auction some 10 years. I think we keep them 10 years, is that correct? Some 10 years down the track, but that's an absolute credit to staff, and I'd like you to pass that on through staff. If our staff are looking after that machinery and that state of condition, that's an absolute credit to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hanchin. And GM, you've heard every councillor in the chamber today acknowledge the fact that the men and women out there are doing a great job, but not just the infrastructure, but every person in this South Burnett Regional Council. So could I endorse that you take back a thank you on behalf of all of us here today to and let that be known that we appreciate what they do out there. So with that, I'd like to move that my infrastructure, where are you? Got that covered. Infrastructure planning, works, construction, maintenance portfolio report for the month of February be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 6.2, minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 13th of December 22. The officer's recommendation that the committee receive and note the attached minutes and recommendations of the Traffic Advisory Committee held Tuesday 13th of December 22. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hanchin. Seconder? Councillor Potter. Questions, comments, councillors? It's written there for you. I chair that meeting. We've got James there as well that assists me with that. It's all self-explanatory, all the actions that we've taken to that. Millar Road speed limit change request at Cumbia Road, Stewart Street, just a couple of them. TMR proposal to reduce speed limit on Kingaroy Burrendown Road. Just so there's a list of them there, and we went through them, and at that meeting we have all the emergency services, the police, the ambulance, and main roads, and everyone else that's considered to be important in that aspect. So if we've got any questions, we have James here to give you any update if there's anything that you want to query. James, you want to add anything briefly before we move on? Pretty cruisy day today, mate. That's what we're after. So with that, we have the officer's recommendation that the committee receive and note the attached minutes and recommendations of the Traffic Advisory Committee held on Tuesday the 13th of December 2022. Moved by Councillor Hanchin, second by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 6.3, Glendon Street medians. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that council consider the estimated costs to upgrade the Glendon Street medians to car parks as part of the 23-24 capital works budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Potter. Comments or questions, councillors? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, this is something that Councillor Shoemaker and myself actually had discussed when we were talking about the intersection at Markwell and Glendon Street, I believe, with Manager Darcy. So it's really good to see this on the agenda and that we're actually looking at doing something there, because that will give a few extra parks down that centre area, and those spaces really aren't used. We realise there are going to be something there because there's a few lights and things like that, but this is really good that this has been brought back. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, I agree. Certainly had a lot of feedback from businesses in the street, and those grassy sections, I imagine, for our Parks and Gardens team are probably difficult at times to maintain with the way vehicles park in there, but also rather unsightly and not always maintained to a standard that certainly council would like to see in the CBD. I see $57,200. I just wanted to better understand what that included. My understanding is you would just remove the pavement and then patch over the top. Is that true and correct?
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor. So, yeah, Ron and I did the estimate for this project. We would do a demolition pavement dig out. So what we found with other parts where we've had organic soil through there, we've had to go quite deep to get it to stabilise. And we also put asphalt in the top of it because it's on a turning movement. If we were to, we could do a, if council was in the mind that they wanted to do the whole section up, we could do a different surfacing on there or a temporary surfacing, but it may not last as long. So
that was my second question, was just around the pavement age of that section, and to actually do those works properly, so from the new intersection to the other new intersection, you said about stabilising underneath, so I was trying to understand what's actually the pavement age. Is it currently in our reseal program into the future, and because it is such a highly trafficked road?
Yeah, through the chair. So we'd have to take on notice where it is on the program. I'm not sure whether it is. my way of thinking is that we would actually come through with the same design as KTP through there. You'll see that there's a number of movement in the new roundabout construction that we've done down there as well. That is actually groundwater moving through, which is coming through. It's actually tracking down, followed the water main trenches down through there. The difference between that is that asphalt is new. It's already happened to that road where the section is that we're looking now. That's why we see so many failures on that section. Our thoughts would be we would probably come through with EME2 asphalt, similar to what we've done in Glendon Street to bridge over. With the roundabout, we currently have QRA assessing that for eligible works due to that ingress of that groundwater into the pavement. Again, the pavement there, to be honest, councillor, we would expect is not fit for purpose given its condition, which is what we've seen in the rest of the CBD, and we saw that out the front in Glendon Street here. Minimal pavement, minimal quality. So if councillors are of the mind, we can do an EME estimate through there for recon through that section. If they wanted that added to the program, we'd happily give that a high level estimate to reconstruct that section through there. It is a fairly straight run, which is nice, as opposed to some of the other issues that we've had in other areas. So, but yeah, that would be our recommendation, that if you were going to invest into it, you would do it properly.
Yes, that's my thinking. I'm thinking, while ideally it would be wonderful to remove them and just have the parks, I think there's a bigger project here that, while we may not have the funding to do it this year, in the forward years that are planned out, I think this has got to be a key priority, particularly with future growth discussions that we've had in that area. I walk that area every day. I know how many vehicles are parked there at 7 o'clock in the morning before the day's even started. It is a highly trafficked area, and I'd be very interested in seeing what that bigger picture scope would look like, noting that while we can't fund it, maybe not in the next 12 months, I think it would be good to have it in a forward plan at some point in time. I don't like patching things up and wasting money essentially on doing something that's just going to create more issues into the future. And it was disappointing that there wasn't enough money left over from the roundabout works. I know that was an objective that you were trying to achieve, James, in terms of trying to remove them. So that's my thinking. I'd like to see the bigger picture view on that one.
Just before we go to Councillor Henson, just quickly, Councillor Shoemaker, so, but you're happy for this at this day? I totally agree with you and understand what you're saying, but you'd be happy to see these median strips taken out now, or do you want them left there until we fund it, or you're happy for this to be taken out and get the extra 5 car parks? Yes,
I'm happy for the medians to be taken out, but I would like to understand that bigger picture view. So I don't know whether you would like that in the recommendation. And I do think our 23-24 capital works program is going to be tight in line of all the work that we're going to put on the back burner. So, I can't see it happening, to be honest, straight away, but I would like to see those costs estimated. So I don't know whether you would like the resolution to reflect that.
we got
sorry.
what? Yeah.
Through the mayor, we're happy to just check that that's on program and amend. If council resolves to put that on program, we'll just check that both scopes are there. That's not an issue for us. It's quite happy to do that.
I imagine you have many of the costs from the project that we've done. So thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. More a comment more than anything. In that space, I just want to bring to the Chamber's attention that there's going to be an enormous amount of work happen there in the background of Glendon Street, in with buildings. So there's going to be huge traffic movements there and shifting when demolition starts on particular places there. And in conversations that has been bandied around, that's going to be a very busy spot in removal of all that. So even though the recommendation states that consider cost to upgrade Glendon Street, parks, etc. to 23-24, I'm happy with that. But there's just to be noted that there's going to be some serious works going on in that area, and that's projected prior to May this year.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Jones. So I'm just a little confused on that. So we're saying that we're going to take the car, well, we're not saying that we're going to take them out, are we? We're saying we're putting it forward for the 2023-24. It just seems, I just wondered, because those car parks are really definitely needed. Can't we do something on a temporary basis just to get them out and let people park there? I'm tempted to park up on them. Yeah, because, I mean, they are. There's five, you know, people are desperate to find a car park. Is there any way we can do that on a temporary basis until the whole thing's done properly? But
Yeah, through the chair, what I would suggest to council is when we propose that project at the 23-24 capital consideration, we'll have an alternative intermediate design if that's the case. So if council doesn't want to proceed, we'll have a temporary works option available for council to consider in their budget if you wish, which if as long as council's aware that work might be temporary works, then that's doable for us as well. It is a bit to dig out there because when we took the trees, because they've been taking water for so long and the soil's a bit ordinary through there, the fair bit of work in putting that stabilised gravel there just so the pavement doesn't go everywhere. But we can come back if council's happy with a temporary top to be put on there, such as a premix as opposed to asphalt, and then if council takes it forward as a bigger picture to do the block when it's in program, we can make that estimate happen as well.
yeah,
Yep, happy to take that, councillor.
yeah, I understand that, but probably what I'm asking is how long before they're gone and someone can park there? What time are we talking?
Whenever council tells us to go and take them out. Yep.
Yeah, so but is that a $57,000?
It would be slightly less, but you'd still be. I still reckon you'd be looking at 40. Be somewhere without giving the exact number, because your asphalt saving is about 23,000. So you know you would be in the order between 30 and 40 to go and do them as a dig out and then put a premix top through them as well. So
for a temporary to take them out, do we have to do if the whole section's going to be redone? Does that have to be done now? Can't we just take them out and let people park there? And then when you do the whole lot, dig them out, and bearing in mind some of the roads that people travel to get there,
Yep.
A lot of people are...
Yeah, no, that's fine, councillor. Yeah, we can do whatever council wants. If council wants me to take them next week, we can. It'll just cost you, 30 odd grand or something like that. We'd have to price that.
That's to dig them out and put stabiliser. If you didn't dig them out and put stabiliser, I
think you'd have.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Can that be done?
Yeah, you'll have to dig them out and put stabiliser in there to have some road base there, because it'll just be, otherwise the cars might sink and they'll have defects, and we'll be back there
Okay.
You have to put something solid in there to bridge it over.
That's probably what I was asking.
So just taking that further, and I totally back up both councillors, what they've said. Acting CEO, we obviously can't make a decision on that in a meeting, on a standing committee like this, but is there a possibility to get that on the agenda for discussion at the next general?
Yeah, through the chair, I was going to suggest potentially when we come back in February, we're going to be talking about our current capital works, whether that could be included as part of the discussions there, whether council was of mind to bring that forward in that, because it's with all your works program, it's good to look at it as a whole rather than just one-off project, because it's got merit. Every project's got merit. So potentially, if Aaron could look at the that temporary option and whether we discuss that in conjunction with the second quarter capital works review.
Can I make a change to the motion? Well,
We've got to deal with this one first, Pete, because we've got a mover and second, haven't we? Or how does this, if we do an amendment?
You can move an amendment.
You can move the amendment, yep.
so that So that council consider the estimated costs to upgrade the Glendon Street medians to car parks. As part of the 23-24 capital works budget. And that a temporary solution be considered, considered and brought forward to the February general meeting, ordinary meeting of council. That council prepare a costing to upgrade, is it upgrade is the right word? Or to renew Glendon Street. Between Alfred and Markwell Streets. For consideration in the 23-24 capital works program.
Do we need the word pavement in there? Glendon Street pavement between?
Yep. Yeah, put it in. Does that intent read right, Acting CEO?
Yeah, through you. I think you could probably just change the word considered in the second line to investigated. And yeah, it is in line. It is amending the substantive motion. So
At the end, for consideration in the 23-24 capital works program or other forward works program. Meaning while we might not fund it in 23-24, we might identify it as a priority project for future councils to consider.
Okay, councillors, so, so Councillor Shoemaker has moved an amendment to the original recommendation that council consider the estimated cost to upgrade the Glendon Street medians to car parks as part of the 23-24 capital works budget, and that a temporary solution be investigated and brought forward to the February ordinary meeting of council. That council prepare a costing to renew Glendon Street pavement between Alfred and Markwell Streets for consideration in the 23-24 capital works program or other forward works programs. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. As an amendment, we don't have discussion, do we? We go straight to the vote, Pete?
I know you can discuss the amendment. It's the motion on the floor now, so you've got the right.
Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's fine. I'm in agreement with all of this, but again, just make the chambers aware that in the event of temporary solution to parking there, that in the event that there's multiple and enormous amount of traffic that could be using that road, we don't do a huge amount of damage to that pavement in those temporary car parks. Because if we have a huge amount of trucks there carting away what's going to be knocked down there, and they happen to access that, and we have temporary car parks there, and they'll be working all hours of the day and night there, we know very well what will happen to those temporary car parks. And they will destroy further damage to that pavement. That's just my concern, and it'll come at a cost. But I'm happy to support this. Just make chambers aware of that.
Yeah, just in reference to that, Councillor Henson, I think that the staff have indicated that they will do the dig out and put stabiliser and gravel in there, so to stop that movement of pavement or the possible movement, and do whatever they can to make that solution. And I totally get what you're saying. So the pavement renewal as a capital works program will come down to the chamber. And when we work in the 23-24, if we, as a group of councillors, prioritise that over everything else, it should go forward in the 23-24 year. So that's where that lands. I think that amendment covers pretty much all that, and it comes down to a decision of councillors to help, prioritise that level.
Yeah, I understand that, Deputy Mayor. I'm just bringing to attention that the damage that could be done there in the meantime if we put temporary parking solutions in there, because if there's trucks accessing that 24/7 and there's a huge amount of stuff got to come out of there, I know what will happen to that pavement. So I just want to make the chambers aware of that.
All right, we have the amendment in front of us. We have the amendment moved by Councillor... Oh, sorry, Councillor Erkins.
Can I just say, while I appreciate what Councillor Henson's saying, I'd rather the damage be done to the temporary stuff than the set stuff, because, you know, I've just recently seen what trucks can do to roads that before you see it, you know, they look perfectly good. So I'd rather do the temporary stuff, let the trucks be done do their job and go, and then fix it up and do it all properly then, rather than do the work and perhaps have those trucks do some damage anyway.
All good. We've had a chance to speak on that. Pete, Kimberley's just made an observation. Do we need to put them into dot points, as there's two different things there? The council consider the estimated cost to upgrade Glendon Street medians to car parks as part of 23-24 capital works budget, and that a temporary solution be investigated and brought forward for the February ordinary meeting of council, and that council prepare a costing to renew Glendon Street pavement between Alfred and Markle Streets for consideration in 23-24. So as the mover, Councillor Shoemaker, you happy with that? Seconder, Councillor Potter, you happy? Okay, so the amendment is there in front of you as read. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So Pete, with the original recommendation, that becomes null and void, or do we have to vote on that?
Yeah, the amendment becomes a substantive resolution, so essentially you're
So we just read that
voting
again?
on the amendment.
Okay, so we go again, councillors, that Councillor Shoemaker has moved, that the committee recommends to council, second by Councillor Potter. Where are you? So there's the recommendation. We've discussed it. We've had plenty of opportunity. Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, second by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We go now to 6.4, Wandai Art Gallery, and that the officer's recommendation that the committee note the report as presented. So do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson. Comments, questions, councillors? It's a report there. Excuse me. This is the disability, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think certainly having enough people with disability parking options in every town is a key priority of this council, as we've discussed plenty of times before. I just wanted to better understand, so in this report, we're saying we're identifying some potential options where there are 3 existing bays in Wandai, and I guess the feedback is that from the community that there would like to be more parking bays. Am I reading this correctly?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, the query was received just wanting to undertake a review, excuse me, of what is in Wandai at present. So particularly around the focal points of the art gallery, the Timber Museum and the Vic. So we've essentially done a stock take and just wanted to try and illustrate that for council, just to understand what is up there. We've got one out the front of the council office as well that we've tried to include on the image just to assist that further. But you'll see there's 3 on Mackenzie Street. There's one that has the ability to be adjacent to the art gallery, albeit not illustrated or line marked at this point in time. And there is area up next to the Vic and Timber Museum, however, it doesn't currently exist. And there probably just needs to be some interconnecting works to support that if council see fit.
So yes, so the one near the art gallery that's been proposed, there would need to be the construction of a footpath to make it compliant. And at the moment the project's not funded. My question was, I know we've done a walk around with the Wondai businesses and things around different parts of Wondai, looking at a future plan to potentially upgrade the CBD area. I guess seeking some advice from you, noting your heavy workload, just in terms of how we capture this or keep this for consideration when that project, starts to take some shape or scoping. Is this something that you'll sort of keep in your file, or I just don't want to lose the intent here and the opportunity, if we are funding works in Wondai, to make sure that this is captured.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, you're absolutely right, Councillor. We are in the planning phase right now. We're trying to come up with conceptual layouts on providing these types of services to the community, and it's important to note where they currently exist in order for people with disabilities to have access to those types of bays. So we are certainly looking at what can be achieved, particularly on Haley Street in Wondai. Scott Street's a lot more difficult, but we do see there being opportunities to dovetail that into that future project.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, no further questions.
Councillor Anchin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, just in relation to the Wondai Art Gallery, where it's proposed there for the PWD, that is a fairly big challenge still to get from there to the art gallery. And would there be any consideration to shift that to the back of the art gallery? Because there is a massive fall from that art gallery down to that road. Like, I struggle to walk up it. So you're going to have to put a footpath from that particular PWD right round past in front of the art gallery, perhaps to access it. That's a fairly arduous task for someone pushing a wheelchair. Whereas, would consideration be given at all to the back of the art gallery?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, absolutely, Councillor. The Coronation car park has opportunities to do so. We've actually done a design and layout to assist in understanding this further, and even though we haven't designed bays in there as part of that design, it is able to be retrofitted to include that quite easily. Same challenge would once be again around just an interconnecting footpath back into the rear of the art gallery footpath that runs along the back of it, and I think from there we should be able to provide that level of service.
Everyone's good? Okay, so we have the recommendation there, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Hanchin, that the committee note the report as presented. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 6.5, Customer Service Maintenance Review. The officer's recommendation that council note the report. A little bit of a summary. Council currently has a number of reviews and operational plan activities to complete as part of its operational plan, particularly in relation to customer service and frontline service delivery. A key component for council was to undertake the review and development of service catalogue and consider process improvement opportunities based on internal and external experiences. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hanchin, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Comments, questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Jones. Just noting some of the feedback, that inconsistency. I imagine that can be because of demand, and that demand for this service in terms of responding to specifically roads inquiries can shift. And I also imagine it's because inspections are done at different times. But I wanted to better understand that in terms of trying to smooth that out because of those operational challenges, what you actually have in mind. Is it more reminders or a different system, or
through Deputy Mayor. So part of our program going forward over the next couple of months, now that council will recall that you adopted your structure last year, then Peter's group went through some minor alignment changes. We'll be looking at our own probably internal processes and some of our alignment in line with that. You're 100% right with the workload. The workload is a really peak and trough, and there's not too many troughs over the last 12 months. But generally what happens is there's a stretch of, it's because either roles are being compressed or there's a stretch on resources. And particularly, and I'll say in fairness to Kevin and some of the senior ones in his organ area, there's a lot of work for those higher level positions, which also reduces your level of supervision of your operations as well. We've met with our works coordinators and had a chat recently about some of their issues. They're doing traffic guidance schemes because there's no one local that does them now for us. So automatically you've got your two most senior operational staff being removed from the line, which is of concern to us. And it follows on, everyone's worked in an organisation where, you rely on those things to occur. So our way forward will be to review our maintenance management system, which we are at the moment, and also looking at those service levels. And one of the things we'll be talking with council through the budget process is around what your service levels are and what you want to add to and what you want to change. Our job as management, following your adoption of that structure, is to try and enable that structure to work, and also trying to enable what we can do with teams. We have invested heavily in training over the last probably 2 or 3 years, and maybe a little bit longer, but we're really looking to invest back in our staff. And one of the big things I think, and I've said this before, is I think there's an opportunity for us to work with a lot of our staff, particularly those senior, more experienced people, on what they think works well and what they think would make, what some of those pinch points or points of pain, as we like to call them, are. So some of the workshops we've been running over there, we've been running for the last 2 weeks. Simple one, unsealed roads. We've had all of our grader operators in with those senior staff. They're workshopping that with Patrick at the moment to talk through. We've spoken about, do we pick up the rules? Do we do the drains? How do we do that? And ask them for their feedback and those sort of things. I know too, the council, and it'd be fair to say, and I've had emails from most councillors where sometimes our customer service has been inconsistent, and that has caused an issue for council, and I do apologise for that. But those are things that we need to review with our team and say, how do we improve as a group? Because there's no point in me ranting and raving about that. That doesn't actually achieve anything. It's how we enable those people to do their job better. And I think we've come a long way in the recent times. And I note that those op plan, one of the key things I've put there, all those operational plan items are related to something that Mark has raised, and he raised it with the senior leadership team last week at the exec to try and bring all that together for council through its op plan this year. So you've got some thoughts about how that may go forward.
Yeah, thank you. I guess it might be a question for GM Susan and yourself. I'm thinking at that first point of call, the person who picks up the phone and answers to a roads inquiry, should we be considering, or in terms of the resourcing of customer service, specialists in the customer service area, for instance, an infrastructure specialist who might be able to identify when a request that comes through is actually urgent and needs response, and advise, the actual process that it might go through. Because, and the reason why I ask this, or I'm curious about this, is because I get a number of inquiries from people who've logged things and they just want to know that their request has actually been acknowledged, and that somebody's going to look at it, and that the road isn't unsafe, and that somebody's not going to become hurt on their own watch. That's sort of something that I often get feedback on. And so I'm thinking about how your two teams may work together through this. I know we've had similar discussions around planning, where rather than sort of the poor person on the phone who takes the call, and sometimes a very heated call, not having the answers to the questions that residents raise, what's the roadmap, or what does that look like through that customer service charter and the review, in terms of bringing your teams together, or having that sort of better professional insight at the front line that says this is worth logging in the system, or actually this is more of a, perhaps it's not, because when I look at 2,256 requests, I wonder how many of these are actually legitimate things that we need to be sending staff out to, and how many of these things can actually wait. That's my concern. So it's probably a question for both of you in that sense.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. You are correct. It's a great question, and you're sort of discussing about the triaging, really, of these requests. So part of our customer service review is that we're going to have some benchmarking things there for the staff. Our first point of call, and we have been discussing this, we're doing a complete review of our customer service charter of our customer service officers and that, and looking for a more through training. That's the key thing, that we're actually getting supervisors to provide training as videos. We're looking at videos, and we're having dedicated training times for the customer service team, so that it may be this week we may be looking at infrastructure there that we can. At the first point of call, we have the capacity to triage and know when something is urgent or not. So we can only do that through the professionals in Aaron's team giving us that sort of information. That's also supported by our fact sheets that we've got as well, and then we'll move on to water and that. So that's a work in progress at the moment, and part of that will be the whole review of our department and looking at our capacities and where we're going to be putting those sort of personnel who have that area of expertise. It goes down to even to our rates team, where the supervisor will be giving examples to all of our staff of where to look for these, like you're saying, these very quick inquiries where it's not, oh, I'll put you through to the rates team who get thousands of inquiries and that they don't have the capacity. So that is totally under review. We're even suggesting that we even change the name of this as a new professional look within our customer service team. So we have our new manager in place now, Manager Rebecca, and that has been tasked to Rebecca. We're having our planning meetings as far as corporate. All of my departments and those managers have been tasked, will be tasked with 3 major projects for the year, and that is one of them, Councillor.
Thanks for that. So we've had plenty of commentary around there. We'll go now. We've got the recommendation that the Customer Service Committee, that the committee note the report. Moved by Councillor Hanshin, second by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 6.6, Kingaroy Disability Parking. The officer's recommendation that the committee note the complaint and council's design engineers review the current layout and configuration. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hanshin, second. Councillor Potter. Comments? Yeah. Councillor Potter.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I know we've got the report there, but there has been issues in the past with the placement of bollards in other towns. Am I correct with that through you, GM Meehan? And they've actually removed the bollards because of all the complaints and the damage?
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor, I believe we have had previous complaints about bollards installed. Mergen swimming pool, James has just mentioned, were removed. So, yeah, that's so we'll review that as part of our information for this one. Just for the chamber, is that we'll review the complaint and review the design, and then we'll come back with a report.
Thanks, Aaron. Alrighty, so we'll go to the officer's recommendation there. That moved by Councillor Hanshin, second by Councillor Potter, that the committee note the complaint and council's design engineers review the current layout and configuration. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 6.7, we'll break for morning tea after this one. All right, you're just in time to break for morning tea, Councillor Duff. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah. So we're just dealing with 6.7 now on the agenda, Henry Street and Nanango pedestrian crossing upgrades. And this will be the last one, and we'll break for morning tea. So the officer's recommendation that the committee note the report as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Hanshin. Any comments around this, councillors? It's the regarding the pedestrian crossing at the Nanango swimming pool, I believe. So recent concern has been expressed by the Nanango community regarding the safety of the Henry Street Nanango pedestrian crossing located in proximity to the South Burnett Aquatic Centre. This has prompted a review of previous customer requests and a report be presented to the council on the February 23 Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting. And there's a bit of a report there at the back and some photos understanding all that. So any comments, questions, councillors? Councillor Erkins?
I was under the impression, I think I'm right, that it's actually a main roads issue, but I do know at one stage there was a little bit of an issue with older kids running across the road and playing chicken with traffic coming down the road, which is really, it wouldn't matter what you do to stop that, you can't. But also, you know, people have said about small children going to the pool. Well, unless you're over 12, you can't go to the pool without a responsible adult. So I would think that, you know, it is pretty well signposted and you can't see it. It's more a matter of, you know, them being with a responsible person.
Councillor Shoemaker.
So it's my understanding from the work that's been done in November and December 21, the DTMR determined that the crossing was compliant, and then that you know, an improvement in advanced warning signage was undertaken. My question was just, is there, you know, really, it's going to be tabled at the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting, I understand, in March, if I've read that correctly in the report. And I'm just wondering, is there other solutions or anything that DTMR would consider, or once it's been made compliant, is that kind of where they say, well, we've done our part and we step away? I'm just wondering in terms of, like, I've seen other main roads like this with the lights that might flash or something, and I'm wondering if they might consider, with the heavy volume of traffic, any of those methods, or what that discussion might look like.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this has probably gone the path of over 12 months with TMR, in all honesty, and they have done some work there. So it's actually been to the TAC already last year, and then we were also asked by the TMR officer on associated feedback from the community as to what Councillor Jones and myself, what we thought from our perspectives on how successful those signage and pavement marking initiatives have been. Both of us were not really familiar with any concerns associated with those changes and thought they were good improvements to the area. It certainly made it a lot more visible and aware for motorists as they approach the area. So there's not too much more that TMR can do in this space because it is compliant with their guidelines under the MUTCD. So it is something that we're probably just going to need to monitor, and if there are further concerns, that we bring it back to them in due course.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further comments, councillors, before we go to the vote? So we've got the committee's recommendation there, moved by Councillor Erkin, second by Councillor Hanchin, that the committee note the report as presented. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, Councillor Hanchin, would you like to move that we break for morning tea? Sorry.
Yeah, I think, Kathy, that was
sorry,
you just
Councillor
voting.
Duff, did you, were you voting or did you want to comment? I didn't see your hand there, sorry.
So, sorry, no, I've got this thing that says raise my hand, so I raised it.
Okay.
I'm happy to support that, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep, thanks, Councillor Duff. I'll have to remember that you're on screen. So Councillor Hanchin has moved that we break for morning tea, seconded by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Thank you. We'll take a 20-minute break and we're back at 20. Okay, thank you and welcome back. Do we have we come back out from morning tea and go into our standing committee meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hanchin, second by Councillor Shoemaker. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to item number 7 on the agenda, 7.1, and it's the water and wastewater portfolio report. And that also is my portfolio, part of my portfolio. So I'm happy to present the water and wastewater branch portfolio report. And on page 47, the capital works for 22-23 and the current water main replacements. You can see there that we've process control, SCADA and telemetry migration project. That's something with this water and wastewater portfolio that I have to get used to. My manager uses these big words that take a bit of saying, so bear with me if I make any mistakes. Blake Street, Proston, Dolby Street, Nanango, Mackenzie Street, Wondai, Mackenzie Street, Wondai also, Osborne and Scott, Cadell Street, Wondai, they're all water main replacements. We go over the page, you can see the raw water storage at the moment. Boondoomba Dam is currently at 96%, BP at 98%, Gordon Brook 89%, and Booba Dam is 100% capacity. We move along the water allocations and financial year consumption. You can see there the Mergen water supply usage to date 112.9 megs. That's coming out of the Barker Baramba, out of the Boyne River and Tarong pipeline. We have Proston water supply 156 megs at the moment. Kingaroy 543, Blackbutt 193, and Boondooma 3.9. So the Sun water allocation, you can see the Barker Baramba. The remaining allocation is 1,496 megs, and out of the Boyne River and Tarong pipeline, we have 978 still available. The Boyne River and Tarong pipeline, 1,825 meg allocation. You can see the graphs there. Anybody that's online watching, you can have a look on site. On the website, and have a look at these graphs. Baramba allocation 1750. The reactive work for financial year 22-23, individual town break up there, Kingaroy, Mergen, Wandai, and the way through. We have sewer blockages, other sewer issues, water main breaks, and other water issues. 279 in Kingaroy and 109 in Anango, for an example. On the water, other issues, the water main breaks, we've had 17 in Anango, 11 in Kingaroy, 6 in Mergen, 9 in Wandai. Sewer blockages, luckily we've only had 9 in Kingaroy, 4 in Mergen, 1 in Wandai, 3 in Nango, Blackbutt, Proston, nil. Year-to-date received water or wastewater requests, we have 90. Wastewater blockages, you can see there. The biggest one was wastewater overflow. There was 20 out of the 90, or 54 of them were wastewater other. I don't know what that means. We might be able to refer to our manager just to give a breakdown. Total year-to-date received water supply requests, 780. Reactive work comparison figures from February 22. You can see there the breakdown. And again, they're all graphs that give councillors all the information they need to help them make decisions when it comes to budgetary discussions in the next or the coming months. Completed works, capital works program for 22-23 for noting. Eagle Street in Anango was a water main replacement. That was commenced in June 22 and is now currently completed. Birdie Street in Anango water main replacement started in May 22 and is completed. And you may go back to the numbers that I quoted you there before. The water mains in Nango are very old and very dilapidated and certainly need some attention. But our water crews are doing a great job addressing that, relining some sewer lines and water mains. So with that, I would like to move that my water and wastewater portfolio report for the month of February be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Before we go to any questions or anything like that, Tim, have you got anything that you'd like to add, mate?
Yes, through you, Chair. Just for clarification, the categories that we report on as per the regulator, so anything that doesn't fit into the blockage, odours, overflows, goes into the other, and that can be sometimes we get a customer request and it's actually not a council, it's a non-council issue. We still attend to it, and then we advise them, no, it's a blockage in your property or etc. So that other fits into, we've got set regulatory reporting that we need to do in water and wastewater, and then the other just fits in that other category. So we can't sort of be specific, otherwise we'd be 9 miles long. Yeah.
Thanks for that explanation, Manager Lowe and Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Manager Lowe. How many water and wastewater plants do we have across the South Burnett?
We have 17.
17. And
yes.
How many staff, I'd just like to confirm, how many staff have you actually got on managing those plants?
The staffing, the treatment plant operators themselves, I think we've got 8. Yeah.
8
yes.
treatment plant operators, and over the Christmas break, how many were working to keep safe drinking water and the
We
like?
had about 3. We're down in the last 6 months. We've been down significant numbers. Yeah.
That is an enormous achievement for our staff to step up like that and manage our facilities over the Christmas holiday break. 3 staff. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of them just recently at a community meeting, and I just wanted to call it out. That's an amazing effort, and I'd really like to pass on our heartfelt thanks from the people of the region to manage that while everyone else is having Christmas celebrations. You know, we often take the water that comes out of the tap or being able to flush the toilet for granted, and I just wanted to acknowledge them for their efforts. In terms of that resourcing, I just wanted to understand what's actually underway in terms of actually replacing some of those very critical positions.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to report we've nearly filled all our vacant positions at this point in time. Having said that, we, as in every other council, is struggling to get fully qualified operators. So we're going down the path of basically in-house training and getting the staff and getting them on board, and then actually providing the training ourselves. That seems to be the effective way to do it, and hopefully we will get that retention as well.
Yes, please just pass on our sincere thanks. You know, we would have literally been, I think many of us probably would have been down there trying to figure out how to run a water and wastewater plant. You know, it's very technical kit. It's not an easy job. It's certainly one that I just want our people to know we don't take for granted for a second. We really do value and appreciate them filling in. So please pass that on, General Manager Meehan.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if I may, just on the back of that, I'd like to acknowledge the work of Tim and his team, but also particularly Steve Carroll and Adam Branch for, and I think I may have raised this with Council previously, we talked about the works coordinators before. What you're seeing at the moment is Steve Carroll has been operating the Narita plant. He's a senior wastewater engineer. That's not his role. Adam Branch is in charge of our operations, and he's the only one qualified to operate the Gordon Brook treatment plant. So their workload has been enormous over that period to train and develop those staff, and just particularly just wanted to acknowledge that on top of their efforts that they've been doing over that period of time. And obviously Tim's been picking up the slack in between that as well. So just wanted to acknowledge that to Council.
Yeah, thanks, GM. And Councillor Shoemaker, the comments around the staff, and every councillor has acknowledged that. And like I said, in my roads portfolio report, it's not just acknowledging the men and women in the infrastructure, whatever, like Councillor Schimmer, the water people, the people that deal with the rubbish and all that sort of, every single person. And I don't care, people out there say, oh, you're in there backslapping and congratulating everyone. I don't care about those comments, I'm sorry. I really don't take any notice of people saying that, because genuinely, the men and women of this organisation are out there doing the utmost and the best they can possibly do under the circumstances they are currently asked to work under, and they do an enormous job. So I will continue to congratulate the men and the women of this organisation, because I just know how much they do and how much they appreciate the opportunity to work for this region. So I have no hesitations in saying that. So please, as Councillor Shoemaker said, take back congratulations and thanks to the staff. So we have the water and wastewater portfolio report, moved by Councillor Jones, second by Councillor Potter, be received for the month of February. You got a comment, Councillor Edge?
Just a quick one, if I may, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to bring to attention again, you know, my passion for water, and I cross all these creeks and I bang on about it every time it rains. It's interesting to notice the statistics there. Binduma Dam's down to 96%. If we continue down the path we're going on, Binduma Dam could be at 60% by the end of the month. By the end of the year. That's approximately, by the end of the year, that's approximately at the moment a metre down on its full levels. Now, that mightn't sound much to people, but it's ironic that we had 5 major weather events and everyone was just desperately pleading for the wet weather to go away in November. Well, it's gone away all right. We've had 2 months and now people are looking for it to rain. So, you know, water, I've say it once, I'll say it again, without water we haven't got anything, and it's a seriously precious commodity that we need to look after.
Yeah, fair comment, Councillor. So Councillor Jones's water and wastewater portfolio report to Council will be received for the month of February, moved by myself, second by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Duff. 8.1, the Natural Resource Management, Compliance and Environmental Health Portfolio Report. And I'll hand over now to Councillor Henson to deliver his report to the Chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, thank you. Pleasure I bring my report to the Chambers today and to the public. Natural resource management and weed management, Parthenium and other prominent weeds throughout the region remain the focus for the pest management team, with targeted treatment throughout the region continuing. A key target area being between Cherbourg and Mergen to minimise the spread of Parthenium, and in other areas of focus for Parthenium include response to requests for treatment in the Windra, Wattle Camp and numerous areas between Mergen and Kingaroy. Education and awareness continues, with customers requesting information around the biosecurity requirements in regard to general biosecurity obligations, and officers are sharing information around control methods, including the sharing of biological control methods, also available for another option of control in weed eradication. The hiring of mechanical control continues, with landowners taking the opportunity of splatter guns and quick spray units available. In feral animal management, whilst Council has disposed of all remaining 1080 solution stock, baiting requests continue to be responded to, with officers tending to requests throughout the region, with numerous landowners continuing to bait. Trap hires continue with cats, dogs and pigs, and the target species while baiting for rabbits is also maintained, and officers are liaising with Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board around reports related to rabbit numbers on the increase, and I can vouch for that. When people start to see coloured rabbits, you're starting to get an increase in rabbits. I've seen myself just recently several black rabbits in my travels around the region, so they are on the increase. Also bring to your attention in the following report, there's some very interesting statistics there with the dog meat in 155 kilos in this past month to date, compared to 5 kilograms for last year. In Queensland Feral Pest Initiative Project, Building Invasive Species Management Alliance project launched in November, and the incumbent project coordinator will commence in the role in January. I believe he has started. Yeah, thank you, Manager Brooks. The project will build momentum in the coming months as the project coordinator makes contact with stakeholders and sets up workshop dates throughout the project boundaries. In compliance, our officers remain busy responding daily to wandering animal complaints, dog attacks, barking dog complaints, and whilst kept busy with these, report officers are also fitting in responding to other nuisance and animal complaints, including prohibited animals such as roosters in urban areas, and Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee, negotiating outcomes that satisfy all parties. Due to the transition of staff numbers in the compliance field, there is a backlog of customer requests that will focus for the team moving into the new year, with new staff to commence in January. A meeting was held with the Bat Conservation Queensland and bat animal carers for the area in regard to the black butt flying fuck situation, which we dealt with last year, as councillors will remember. They're back. This meeting resolved to hold a community consultative meeting earmarked for March 2023, and this meeting will be held to communicate with the community around the presence of the species in the area and effective management strategies moving forward. Consequently, a flying fox statement of management intent, which is the SOMI, will be prepared around flying fox roost management. And in environmental health, there has been an increase of food business inquiries and also new applications for mobile food vehicles and home-based operations. Environmental health officers have also been attending to the annual caravan park inspections, with a few minor non-compliance items that are currently being attended to by our operators. The renewals for these have been completed, along with the personal appearance licences, which are currently being assessed and will require their annual inspections over the coming months. The Darling Downs Public Health Unit started Japanese encephalitis virus surveillance in the South Burnett late last year with the assistance of environmental health officers, and providing assistance in setting up the surveillance traps. It is anticipated that this will continue over the coming months to provide key information on the species of mosquito and prevalence of JEV, which is Japanese encephalitis, in the region. Details of these results have now been provided, advising that no detection of JEV was reported. However, it was found that there was a specific area in the town of Kingaroy that has high numbers of mosquito activity for the known vector of JEV. During December, some officers attended the Environmental Health Australia noise monitoring training, and this two-day course was imperative to ensuring that the staff have the skills and knowledge when investigating noise-related complaints within the region. And with that Japanese encephalitis, I might add that over the past 12 months, with the continued wet weather events that did create a concern for council, but certainly in the last 2 months, a lot of those water supplies and certainly breeding grounds have dried up. With that, Deputy Mayor Jones, I'd like to my report for Natural Resource Management, Rural Services and Agriculture Innovation be accepted and received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Any comments or questions, Councillor? Councillor Shoemaker?
Just one question, General Manager O'May, Acting CEO O'May. I did see there's been some funding released around Flying Foxes management, and I just wanted to understand what council might be able to apply for with that funding.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Yeah, we did see that. So there's funding that closes on I think it's the end of 28th of February, end of February. We were going to investigate, but it can be to do some of that like planning. So not necessarily the on the ground banging the pots and pans work, but yeah, to put in those flying fox roost management plans. So that's certainly be our intention to look at what assistance we can get with that funding. So yeah, we have got that flagged, and yeah, 28th of February, I'm sure it closes.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for your efforts in that. I certainly know that flying fox problem is terrible for the residents of Blackbutt, so I would love to see something happening.
Councillor Duff, got your hand up there. You want to make comment?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'm just concerned about the Parthenium. I know it was raised there that it's being followed up with the customer request, but I was alerted to the fact that, and I have sent this through, that there was a significant amount of Parthenium just right on the edge of Mergen in Ashton Street, and then two lots of outbreaks in the Manyang area. And do we have the authority to actually go in there and treat those blocks and then bill the ratepayers, or how are we managing that? Because I don't think it's enough just to do, just to say, to go there and put them on some sort of a plan to keep it off the roadways and keep it out of the waterways. Because I think that it's a huge issue and a serious issue for us moving forward if it gets down onto those bayou flats. So what are we doing about those requests now, those clients that have actually got Parthenium, that just these new outbreaks?
Manager Brooks.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, certainly once we're aware of where those properties are, we can certainly engage with the landowner and have the conversation with them regarding what their obligations are to, eradicate Parthenium. And then obviously, if we don't get any cooperation there, we can go down that enforcement path, and if they still don't undertake the necessary works, well then we've got the power to go in and undertake the works in accordance with the compliance notice.
Thank you. I just through you, Deputy Mayor Jones, I'm just really concerned that I think we need to be really tougher on this. I know I'm sympathetic towards the ratepayers, but again, it's such a huge issue for us. I just hope, that we step up and really put the pressure on.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, and certainly noted, and I've got those addresses and areas noted, so I'll go back to the team and just make sure they're aware of those particular areas.
So just on a different subject, if that's okay, Deputy Mayor Jones, I just wanted to also say about the customer requests. I noticed that you said that there's a number of outstanding customer requests. I just noticed in compliance that we don't seem to get back to the customer so much because of privacy. And so I've got a lot of outstanding requests where there's been no contact back. Is that going to change going forward?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yeah, certainly there is a bit of a struggle in the compliance space keeping up with those requests, and we've got a gap in between admin support at the moment. So we're in the process of training up a new support person. So once she comes up to speed, I'd like to think that we'll be able to get on top of the CRMs, and especially with that customer focused. Of even, just making initial contact with them so, they're aware that we've received their request, and, try and obviously triage, what's the important ones and what aren't necessarily need to be attended to, straight away.
Thank you. That's very good to hear. And just one more, if I may, Deputy Mayor Jones, it's probably a question for Councillor Henson. Like, I'm noticing a lot more pigs around, even Di. We're seeing, more herds of pigs. And there was a big focus to sort of decrease the number of pigs, given the threat of, um, I can't even think of the name of
Swine flu?
the outbreak. Yes, and the other one.
Foot and mouth?
No, the foot and mouth disease. So just through Deputy Mayor Jones to Councillor Henson, is that do you think that we're decreasing the number of pigs? Are we still ramping up the the eradication of pigs, or have we kind of like dropped the ball a bit now that that's sort of more in the background?
Thank you, Councillor Duff, for your question. Just before I answer that, can you just confirm or reply, the Parthenium, was there some found in Mergen, did you say?
Yes, right on the edge of Mergen at Ashton Street, there's a 99-year-old gentleman, and his son reported to me that there's a significant amount of Parthenium on his property.
Yeah.
He's got 60 acres there.
Yeah. Okay, well, firstly, I'd just like to point out the importance of biosecurity, because if Parthenium is turning up in a property on the edge of Mergen, and would it be a fair comment that that's not flooded there? Councillor Duff?
That's correct.
Yeah, well, again, I can't stress the importance of biosecurity, so how did it get there? Now, in relation to the pigs, and I'll go to Manager and our Acting CEO today, Peter May, in relation to what's happening with any funding or aerial patrol, but yes, there is increase of pig numbers. I've said this for a period of time with the last 12 months of the extreme weather events we've had, and you've noticed them in your property yourself, which is, the obvious, stating the obvious, that they're multiplying. It doesn't take long for one pig or one sow to turn into 10 or 5 to turn into 50. That being said, and I'll go back to biosecurity, is important not just in Parthenium but our varmint control, whereas only this morning I reported to police in areas in Division 6 we have had people entering private property, chasing pigs with dogs. That is an offence to go and do that. They can be arrested for trespassing. It happened in particular on Saturday night on my property at midnight, which I can tell you I'm not very excited about, and it is happening regularly. Now, I can't stress enough these people that want to go out in the middle of the night and go with their dogs chasing pigs are seriously creating issues within this South Burnett. And if you want to talk biosecurity and you want to talk Parthenium, just imagine the impact that will have on someone in the Mergen area or in that Bayou Flat area chasing pigs in Parthenium and comes out to a rural grazing property, classic example, Councillor Duff yourself, and all of a sudden not have you only got pigs, but you've got Parthenium. So I can't stress enough the importance of the management of this, and Manager my Acting CEO today, perhaps you can enlighten us as to where we are with the funding and where we're going with that particular conversation we had late last year.
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor Jones. Yeah, so we weren't successful. We weren't able to get any disaster recovery funding for the feral pig control. So it is really basically back to council's options. We continue the baiting. I think we were going to look in the new year with getting those. We had a approach from the aerial shooters. We come in and had a presentation. So we were probably looking at that sort of change in season at February, March. I think I suppose we'd have to yield to greater knowledge on the best time for that to take place. But yeah, we were trying to get costings back from those guys to give us a program that we could at least do an area or do and see what sort of controls we could get and the effectiveness of that. So yeah, I think that's probably something we'll probably just need to come back to council and with an update that. But that's where we were looking at sort of engaging with those guys to do at least something on our in our program.
Thank you, Manager O'May and Deputy Mayor. I know it was talked about and we all sat in these chambers last year when that presentation was done. And I think if we can find some funding within Council's budget or within NRM, I think $10,000 would go a long way and certainly a professional approach and a dedicated area. And as the presentation explained to us in these chambers of how it was done in other surrounding shires, and I think the public get known specifically how this has been done, because the minute someone sees a helicopter in the air, let alone hears a shot getting fired, I think there's a catastrophe or we've got some terrorists in the air, when it's actually in the good of the rural sector that the council's implementing something to do about these feral pigs. And not only that, I think along the way, it was also mentioned that a trial be done or a mock exercise, and I'm very adamant that you can forget your mock exercise if you're going to put something up in the air and you spend the money and spend it once and do the job while you're up there. And they proved in that presentation it is extremely successful. There was a 99% success rate with anything that's carried out through the air. So I look forward and happy to be a part of that, and would get great delight in leading that into the future if there was an opportunity there that this council goes forward with control of not only feral pigs, but the weed management and the wild dogs and any other varmint that's relative to our community and our rural sector. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. In the last part of your report, Councillor Henson, you were talking about mosquitoes and the Japanese encephalitis. And I would just like to bring to the community's attention that council does do regular inspections of the of households every now and then during the peak seasons, especially we have the Aedes aegypti. I don't know whether we still have the issues with the Aedes aegypti through you, Manager Darryl, but I'm just would like to bring that there is on the council webpage, there is an area of mosquitoes. It tells people how to get rid of mosquitoes around the house, because it's not only the Japanese encephalitis, we've got Ross River, you've got dengue, you've got Barmah forest, there's so many different things we can get from mosquitoes. Even your dog can get heartworms. So, it's for our own benefit to make sure we do not have any water sources around our house, whether it be bromeliads or water pots or planting equipment. So I'd just like to bring that to people's attention, that we are all responsible with regards to mosquitoes.
Yeah, thanks. Just listen to you speak there, Councillor Henson, and Councillor Duffy raised the issue about the pigs and all that sort of stuff. And I know we've endorsed the drought resilience expenditure breakdown and all that, but that might have been an opportunity where we missed. We could have funded something along those lines through that, helping the rural people. So whether or not there's an opportunity to talk to that down the track. I know there's a $45,000 fund that we were supposedly going to take projects across as individual councillors and all that sort of stuff, recommendation. Yeah, I just thinking then, and I know it's the boat has sailed, but I think we could have possibly missed an opportunity there. Alrighty, so we've got to that there now. So Councillor Henson's Natural Resource Management, Compliance and Environmental Health Portfolio Report be received. It's moved by Councillor Henson. Do we have a seconder? I think Councillor Potter seconded that earlier. Split screen. So Councillor Potter seconded. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Jones,
Yes.
My apologies for interrupting. However, I've just remembered the calendar invitation has popped up in my calendar that today is Mr. Doug Farmer's funeral service. And if it's okay, I'd like to actually propose we stop for a moment to pause to reflect on the memory of Mr. Doug Farmer, OAM. Today would have actually marked his 99th birthday. He's done an enormous amount of work to serve our community and our country. And I know all of us would have very much liked to have been able to attend the funeral today. So if it's okay, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd like to propose a moment silence in memory of Mr. Farmer. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I certainly know our Anzac and Australia Day celebrations won't be the same here in Kingaroy without him, and would like to, on behalf of our council, pass on our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and of course the Kingaroy Memorandum RSL sub-branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, and congratulations to you on recognising that and bringing it to the chamber. It's I spoke to a member of the RSL yesterday afternoon, and in all the festivities and fun that we have here in council, I completely forgot about it. So congratulations to you for recognising a wonderful contributor to our community. So thank you very much, and condolences to the Farmer family. Okay, we'll move on now to 18.2, the Natural Resource Management Operational Update, and the officer's recommendation that the Natural Resource Management Operational Update be received for information. It's all there in front, excuse me, all there in front of you, councillors. The information that's given there. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, second. Councillor Erkins. Councillor Henson, a little bit of an update on that. Anything to add?
There is just one thing, and I'm happy, whether it be a question or notice, but can I bring your attention to page 58, environmental assessments? We have fence line clearing and roadside burning applications. There's been 0 the month this year. This month last year was 1. Been brought to my attention by some fairly irate landowners in the event of, and we've just, remember, we've gone through 12 months of excessive wet weather. Our roadsides have an enormous amount of fuel on them. Now, it was brought to my attention from a gentleman wanting to apply for a permit that there is a $60 fee on that. Can I ask the question, Manager O'May, Acting CEO, who puts that fee, and is there a possibility that fee can be waived, or where can we go with that? Because people, landowners, are not prepared to pay $60 on a permit to tidy the roadside up on their properties. Personally, myself, I think it's a great, and there's an initiative and incentive there to keep our roadsides clean of that sometimes seriously overgrown vegetation that's on our roadways.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Yeah, so that's a council fee, so that's set by council, can be amended at any time by a council resolution. So it's in council's hands. It was a fee that was introduced in last year, so I think fees and charges. So yeah, but just those can be amended just by resolution.
That being the case, Deputy Mayor Jones, is it possible that I could move a motion from the floor in relation to that?
We're not allowed to make decisions in regards to that in standing
No,
committees, but
simply
you
a
can
motion,
certainly...
Deputy Mayor? Yeah, I'd like to move a motion that council considers the eradication or the removal of that fee on permits for fence line clearing and roadside burning. Yep.
Yeah, I think the recommendation that you'd be recommending to council that,
Recommend to council that we consider the removal of that permit application fee of $60. My reasoning for that, if we look there, absolutely no applications in this previous month, and this month last year there was 1. I would encourage our landowners, and they're responsible people, our primary producers are responsible people, and in the agricultural sector, and it's to the benefit of the safety of our highways and our travellers on those roads, as well as keeping some of our varmint and weeds under control.
So, Councillor Henson, Kim's got that, your recommendation there, so that the removal of the $60 fee for the roadside burning application be removed and added to the agenda for the February meeting, February General?
Point of
Yeah.
point of order. We haven't actually. Have we finished the vote on? Can we? We can't move this one until we move the previous one, Deputy Mayor. I believe.
No, correct. You're correct. So we'll go there and move the councillor, the management operational update be received for information. We've got it moved by Councillor Henson, second by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Unanimous. Now, yes, Councillor Duff, you've got your hand up there. Do you want to add anything to Councillor Henson's recommendation?
Yes, I wanted to second it and say that I absolutely agree.
Thank you. So, again, Councillor Henson, do you want to add that the $60 fee for the roadside burning application be removed and brought to the February General for discussion or something? I'll be guided by the staff here on, a report be brought to the February ordinary meeting. be brought, yeah. So as a mover, councillor Hanson, are you happy with that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just also bring your attention, it comes under environmental assessments and it's in that category. It actually says fence line clearing and roadside burning applications. So I assume that's covering fence line clearing as well, is that correct? Or add that into that as per our agenda.
Will that be achievable by February ordinary? Darryl?
Through you, yes. Yeah, we can certainly do it's a fairly straightforward report, so yeah, we can do that.
We just need someone to second that now.
I think
And then,
Kathy seconded it.
Oh, that's right, councillor Duff did. Councillor Henson, are you finished? And then I'll go to councillor Erkins for comment? Or you got
No, it's probably more a comment, Deputy Mayor, in relation to the fence line clearing, because, and I'm sure Councillor Duff can vouch for this as well, being a warden, local fire warden in our local rural fire brigade, we get asked that question quite regularly, and our permits that we issue doesn't necessarily cover fence line or roadside permit, but we get asked that, and I'm sure Councillor Duff, you would as well, and encourage the people now that in the event that this motion is accepted and passed in council general meeting, that we encourage our primary producers and landowners to certainly continue to apply for a permit through council, but there be no fee. That's all. I just want to clarify that.
Councillor Erkins?
Just a question. Does that, I've had a number of people with small acreage, 5 acres, asking me about the clearing. They want to know whether it's council's responsibility to clear, because in some sections, their roads, their footpath, their road reserve is actually quite rough and difficult for them to get in and do that. So would this actually apply to them?
Yeah, and I'm happy to be guided by some of our staff in this department, but I would seriously encourage Councillor Erkins for those people to get in touch with the DNO department and their vegetation maps, because that's fairly important as well to know just exactly what they're doing and what they're dealing with in that corridor. So I'd encourage them to look at look at vegetation maps and go through relevant departments then.
So is it the landholders on a 5-acre subdivision? Is it the landholder's responsibility? For example, we're talking before with trees, and that's apparently a council responsibility if there are trees that are dangerous. So what I'm talking about is not smashing trees down. I'm talking about grass growth that they can't get into to mow because the road comes right up to a big deep gully and then their fence. So just wanted to know, can they apply for a permit and have that burnt?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Yeah, so that's the road reserve is actually state land. DNR council is generally the trustee for that land, but as we talked about service levels before, that is something that council doesn't. We don't maintain those. We don't mow footpaths in those 5-acre lots. So essentially, that would be the landholder's responsibility. Where council would get involved, where you're talking about trees, if there was a liability risk or a risk of a tree falling over the road, and that is where council would investigate and get in control. But essentially, it's not in the rural residential, in those 5-acre, in the rural areas. It's just not the service level that council can provide to maintain those. We'll spray restricted weeds and that in those areas. But controlling the grass, it's really the landholder. And so, yeah, as Councillor Henson mentioned, they can apply to the local warden and permits and get those and burn it if that's the only way of controlling. But
Happy with that, councillor? Yep. All right, if there's no more further comments, we've got councillor Henson's recommendation there, seconded by councillor Duff, that the committee recommends to council that the $60 fee for the fence line clearing and roadside burning application be removed and a report be brought to the February ordinary meeting of council. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 9.1 Local Disaster Management Portfolio Report, and I'll hand over now to Councillor Potter to present this portfolio report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the Local Disaster Management Group update. So on the 26th of October 2022, the Queensland Government announced its Good Jobs and Better Fire and Emergency Services to support Queensland's great lifestyle response to the independent review of the Queensland Fire Emergency Services, or QFES. The independent review found that the Queensland's disaster management functions are better aligned with the Queensland Police Service, or QPS, and should be transferred to the stewardship of QPS. The government has accepted this recommendation in principle, and the government has also approved the expansion of the responsibilities of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, the QRA, to support further disaster preparedness programs and initiatives and better align with resilience agencies nationally. And so on the 14th of December 2022, consistent with the recommendations of the independent review, the government requested that the Inspector General of Emergency Management, or IGEM, conduct a review of Queensland Disaster Management Arrangements, the QDMA, to inform any changes to the arrangements, legislative reforms, or any updates to the State Disaster Management Plan. And this review will also inform the transition of disaster management functions to the Queensland Police Service and other relevant agencies. So IGEM at the moment are currently seeking input from agencies regarding the QDMA review, which we have already done ours. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, on that note, I would like to move my report be accepted. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. Second by councillor Henson. Comments or questions, councillors? If not, we'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 10.1, Waste and Recycling Management Portfolio Report. And again, I'll hand over to Councillor Potter as the portfolio holder to present this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the Department of Environment and Science observed non-compliances in landfill operations throughout site audits last year, and the following corrective actions have been undertaken. The resource recovery area alignments have changed for the Nanango, Wandai and Mergen landfills, and the waste spilled over at the fence at Kingroy have been removed. An application is being prepared for amendment to the Environmental Authority. So with the introduction of the new recycling bins, collection of the recycling materials commenced on the 2nd of January 2023. No unusual issues are identified and materials are being processed at the Materials Recovery Facility in Cherbourg. And there are 2 community outreach educations program being delivered. The first is week 1 on the 20th to the 24th of Feb in 23, and week 2, the 1st to the 5th of May in 23. And the Waste mobile app named Recyclopedia is developed and published, and waste section on the council's website is updated. So with that app, I suggest that everyone, if you're able to download that app. It is a fantastic app and it will help you with your recycling and all your waste management issues. Tender documents are being prepared for the new waste and recycling collections contract. The site assessment for the installation of the weighbridge at Nanango landfill has been undertaken, and the Department of Transport and Main Roads have been approached to obtain advice on accessing the proposed Maidenwell transfer station. And the landfill strategy is being progressed, which will guide the future use of landfills in the region. There is big talk on that one at the moment, so that's quite an interesting space. I'm learning a lot, and I still didn't realise how much I didn't know in that field. So other waste matters, South Manette Regional Council is actively participating in the development of the regional waste and infrastructure management plans for the Wide Bay Burnett as well as the Darling Downs Southwest Group. So, and restricted operating hours will be implemented at Memorandum Transfer Station from today. And a fire did occur at the Kingroy landfill on the 31st of December, and the incident was reported to the Department of Environment and Science and Workplace Health and Safety Queensland. Last but not least, but Council commenced operations of the new rear-loading waste collection service vehicle to the public place bins. And with that, Deputy Mayor, I would like to move that my waste and recycling management portfolio report be accepted. Thank you very much.
Thanks, councillor. Seconded by councillor Henson. Questions, comments, councillors? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'm happy just for that, make rather than a motion, a question or notice directed at perhaps Manager Brooks. I've been asked a question since our recycling's come in, and as much as there's been so much negativity from some in our community about it, there's been a lot of positivity about it, and I've received quite a number of phone calls in my division in relation to our transfer stations and the ability to be able to one day perhaps put some facility there for recycling. My question is, could we look and investigate what neighbouring councils or any other councils may do in those transfer stations? Now, I understand that educating the people, and that could create some issues with not necessarily complying with recyclables, but that's a question I've been asked in relation to our transfer stations and whether there is something out there in neighbouring councils that they implement something in recycling at those transfer stations. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that's certainly a conversation that's currently happening with a view of rolling out some commingled recycling bins at some of our major waste facilities around the South Burnett. So that's certainly being discussed at the moment, and will certainly form part of the next waste collection contract as well.
Just quickly on that, would they have to be sheltered, or in a sealed container of some description? That was just a question. Our transfer stations are far and wide, and I have many in my division, of course, out in Division 6. So is there a facility that has to protect them from the weather, like rain and whatnot?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yeah, we've got a few options there regarding what sort of receptacle we'd use for the commingled recycling. So we're probably looking at something with a lid, just to keep the weather out, so the cardboard stays dry and all that sort of thing. So we're just looking through at the options at the moment.
Deputy Mayor, I thought that all those conversations I've had with people, or those who've contacted me, have been positive in the recycling department. So if council can one day implement something at those transfer stations, I think that's another step forward.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Yes, I've had the same feedback, and I think I've actually put forward might be an agenda item or notice of motion for a future standing committee meeting around that. And one consideration was whether you could use the second skip bin at the transfer stations for the recycling, but I think that's probably going to get messy. But yes, certainly to add an additional recycling bin is absolutely what the feedback I'm getting as well, and also very positive about the whole recycling happening as well, like what's happening at Cherbourg, and it's all a good news story from my end.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank the Waste and Recycling Management team. They've done an enormous amount of work. I know this week I just put my recycling bin out this morning and it was jam-packed full, and I'm pretty proud to report with my composting and my second bin that there really wasn't much that the Shoemaker family was contributing to landfill this week, which I think is a wonderful thing, and it's been wonderful to have those conversations with the kids. So please pass on heartfelt thanks to the team. I know it's been a really difficult couple of months and they've worked very hard in this space. I only have one question, and it is probably something that is keeping me up at night a little bit. And I see, Councillor Potter, that you are doing some work in those bigger strategies. But in terms of discussions about the life of the landfills, and in particular, I know Kingaroy and Mergen, those lives are sort of coming close in the next couple of years. I just wondered what kind of discussions, or how will council sort of prepare for those changes? I don't want to load your team up. I know you've got a lot on your plate, Manager Brooks, but I know that is a long-standing issue that needs some attention. So just keen to hear how we might work through that this year.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, certainly it's a significant risk to council, the state of our landfills and the lack of space that is available, and there is a report in 13.1 that we'll get to shortly. So I know through our current works in developing a new waste strategy, how we manage our landfills with our remaining capacities and our licence conditions and payment of waste levy. We don't have weigh bridges at all our landfills, so we are sort of unravelling it all, I guess. And obviously Kingaroy being the most significant landfill that we've got, we're trying to extract as much life as we possibly can out of that, but we've probably been doing that for a number of years already. So Yeah, it is a challenge, but I think the main thing is it's on our agendas. We're having fortnightly meetings, project meetings in relation to the development of the strategy, in particular the landfill strategy. So I can certainly report back once we have a bit of a pathway going forward around what it's going to look like.
Councillor Erkins, Councillor Shoemaker.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Certainly appreciate the response to the question on notice, and I think it's just highlighted how important, as you say, it's a high risk. You know, we have received non-compliances, and it really is something that I think our team would like to certainly work with you, offer our support in trying to come to some solutions. So thank you for your efforts in that space.
I just would like to say that while the recycling bins have all gone out, I noticed this morning driving to work, driving along my street, there were probably 40 rubbish bins out and 3 recycle bins. So I think there is still a lot of work to go into convincing people not to throw their recyclables in their bin. That's obviously what's happening, apart from at my house where it's all sitting on my sink. But there's obviously, as I said, there was only 3 recycle bins. I took notice of that was in Burnett Street. So we do need to continue pushing that people use the recycle bins. They're paying for them, so let's get them used and let's get the landfill down.
Okay, councillors, any more comments? Oh, sorry, Darryl, I can't see your red light behind that bloody screen.
Yeah,
there you go, mate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just in that update, we did report we had a landfill fire at Kingaroy, which obviously didn't give us too much more capacity. But that fire we did get the notification at 10:30 on New Year's Eve. So, you know, you talk about the staff and people responding, like I can't tell you how difficult it is to find a operator at that hour of the night on New Year's Eve. But you know, we're able to get the relevant people there in a timely manner, and the role that the fire brigade took as part of that response was really positive, and can't thank them enough. And you know, we had a full complement of people out there on New Year's Day, you know, doing what they needed to do to get on top of the situation. So yeah, it's great effort by all concerned.
Just, Councillor Potter to round up.
Yeah, just a quick one. Look, thank you very much to Darryl, Harala and the staff, because they have worked so hard in this space in getting a few of these ducks to line up. And thank you very much, Darryl, for being able to get those staff there. I'm still trying to figure out how you did that, but but no, thank you very much. And a big thank you to all the staff in that area, inside and out. Thank you.
Just been given an update in regards to the recycling and all that sort of stuff, councillor, that every week we're doing a social media post encouraging and updating on the recycling, and so they are trying to put that message out. So Kim just got that through from the staff that are watching or listening. So whoever that staff member was, thanks for paying attention and staying awake. Okay, so we have got the Waste and Recycling Management Portfolio Report, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henchen, that the portfolio report be received for the month of February. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 10.2, Environment and Waste Services Operational Update. The officer's recommendation that the Environment and Waste Services Update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. You can see everything there, councillors, if you read through it and have a look. Is there any questions, comments? Before we go, Councillor Shoemaker.
I just wanted to ask about the animal to animal attacks and the animal to persons attacks, just in terms of the process for how we respond to those. I'd just like to better understand, you know, we are tracking financial year to date cumulative, if I'm reading this right, 29 animal to animal attacks and 23 animal to person attacks for 2022. Have I read that correctly? And you know, it's less, which is good to see, I think, here, but it says both 22 in the column, so there might be a typo there. just in terms of the response to that, and do we have enough resources? How are we tracking in that space in terms of those inquiries?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. I know we've got a regulated dog report on 11.2 of the agenda, so you know, if you're happy enough, we can sort of discuss it further there. But yeah, I think yeah, that's probably bundle it all up when we talk about that.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, a question in relation to on page 64, abandoned vehicles. There's been none listed there. Can, just for, I guess, community knowledge, the process, because I have several abandoned vehicles out in Division 6 in several places that have been there quite some time. I came through Kingaroy at 10 p.m. on Tuesday night, and there was a car abandoned, had an accident on the corner on the edge of Kingaroy, and by 6 o'clock that morning it was burnt and it was gone very quickly. What's the process in relation to abandoned vehicles when we have one burnt and taken away within 6 hours, and I have multiple vehicles west of here that have been sitting on the side of the road for months and months and months?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, you know, obviously once we become aware of an abandoned vehicle, there's investigation, you know, depending upon the state of the vehicle and plates and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, generally by the time we get to attend the vehicle, you know, others have beaten us to it. So it just depends on the case by case, you know, and obviously, you know, there's a whole notification process that we stick on the vehicle, and then, you know, if no one claims it, well, then we can come along and remove it.
I understand. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I understand that the police get involved, and there's, I believe, a period of time, and then after that they become council's responsibility. And again, I would imagine that becomes at a cost to council and our ratepayers to go and collect those vehicles. So something we could do without, but there are several of them in here, and I'm sure my other fellow councillors would have them in their divisions as well.
Well, councillor, coming to work this morning, there'll be a car park vacant or held up over the road here in Roger Nunn Place because there's a Commodore over there with no wheels and the bonnet up with police aware on it. So we'll see how long that sits there. That'll be a good indication. If it goes in a couple of days, you want to push the issue. Alrighty. We now got the Envirus. Where are we up to with waste? There we are. Moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Erkins, that the waste services update be received for information. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 10.3, waste collection contract. The officer's recommendation that the waste contract report be received for information. And you have a report there with some information and whatnot. So do we have a mover for that? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Shoemaker. Questions, comments for staff? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question in relation, it's a 10-year contract, which is a long, and I completely understand contractors need to be aware of what might be in front of them. And I guess I direct my question back at, in relation to council implements recyclables at our transfer stations, that would have a major impact on that contract, and is there room in that tender agreement or contract to be negotiated down that path, because that could be some serious implications on that contract arrangement?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, certainly as part of the specification, we have included in this contract for them to provide, for the contractor to provide recycling bins at our waste facilities. So, and then it's up to them to tell us how they intend to undertake that task for us.
Thank you. This is really important work. I understand this is actually the biggest contract council has with a contractor. Just a question, I guess, and just trying to understand, are we actually managing the contract process, and do we have the resources to achieve that? If I'm reading this right, the plan is to go out to contract and appoint a new waste contractor by June this year. So, and that leaves the ideal lead time of 12 months so that contractor can get the equipment and stuff they need. That's just a very tight time frame with the introduction of recycling. So I don't envy you, Manager Brooks. Thank you for coming to South Burnett Regional Council. Please stay. I'm just very interested in what that process looks like, and do you need more resources to achieve that outcome?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yeah, certainly it's a priority for the team. Obviously, we've put the recycling sort of to one side now, and this is the strong focus. We do have a consultant on board who's assisting us through this process. He was involved in the Toowoomba Regional Council and Western Downs contract just recently. So we're actually locking ourselves away tomorrow and do a page turn on the specifications, and that involving procurement as well. So we're getting a few other stakeholders in the room just to make sure that we're ticking all the boxes. The contract goes off to a legal review after that. So yeah, I'm still hopeful that we will be meeting that end of Feb deadline. So there's a lot of work that's been done to date, and whilst there's a mountain still to go, yeah, I think once we hit that end of Feb, can breathe again.
Yeah, wow. Thank you so much. I think that's really important that you do take that day out to just focus on this. This is such a big contract, and yeah, I certainly recognise your team members. It's not uncommon. I see them in the building here very late into the night. So thank you very much for the efforts that they've put into making this happen.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'm just thinking that 10 years is a very long time and things can change a lot in 10 years. Is there an option to go 5? Why are we going for the 10? Just that's my question.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, 10 years is now the sort of the norm for these type of contracts, given the capital investment up front with the contractor. So I know probably was, the previous contract was probably 7+ options. So what the contractor does is, base their costs off that 7 years. So the longer you can push it out, the better the payback to council and obviously the ratepayers. So yeah, it's a very, very common length of contract.
Thank you for that. Yes, I just, yeah, if that's the common process, it just to me like, yeah, with the whole waste management and things like that, we're looking to, I don't know, super dumps and all sorts of things. And yeah, where it's going to be in 10 years, you wouldn't know. So sometimes you just wish, you're waiting for some contract to end. So I'm just, yes, but if that's the norm and we can get value for money for the ratepayers by extending it out to 10 years, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have the waste collection contract. The committee recommend that the waste collection contract report be received for information. Moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Shoemaker. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 10.4, supply of mulch, Kingaroy and the Nango waste facilities. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommend to Council that from the 28th of February 23, Council ceases to supply green waste mulch to the public at the Kingaroy and Nango waste facilities. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Erkins. Oh, sorry, I thought I saw your hand up. Councillor Henshin. So we'll go firstly to Darryl for comment in regards to this particular recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the basis of this is purely around risk to council. And in the attachment, or as part of that report, you'll see, various headlines of where councils have come undone by supplying mulch or concrete aggregate that does contain asbestos. At both the Nanango and Kingaroy facilities, we don't have any quality control over the product. It gets, pushed up, mulched, and then we make it available for the public. So there's no guarantee, that it, is free of contaminants. And I know I've certainly been burnt at a previous council where, workplace health and safety take you to court for, providing, for the asbestos side of things. So it's a risk to council to supply this material. Plus, we've got the other things that, other providers within those towns do provide this mulch as well. So, are we in an anti-competitive environment that we're operating in? So there's a few things there for council to to consider. You know, the biosecurity risk, you know, we've spoken about that. You know, we can't guarantee that, you know, the mother of a million seeds have, you know, been destroyed through the heat process. So there's certainly, you know, a number of concerns there. Plus it's, you know, the time of the operators to be there to load vehicles on that time when it is made available. So certainly for something to consider, and you know, it's purely based off risk to council.
Councillor Erkins.
So if we don't give that away, how much impact does that make on our landfill?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's actually a bonus for council to have a stockpile of this material, because we're at the stage where we're starting to remediate old landfill. So if we have the mulch sitting on site, well, then we can actually use that product for the remediation of the landfill.
I just don't think it's going to be a popular decision amongst the gardeners in Nanango, because I know a lot of them do take advantage, and I don't know that there's been any issues with asbestos, or what the chances are, I would think would be pretty low. So I just can't, I'm not going to support the motion.
Yeah, I guess in regards to that, listen to what Manager Darrell has said. It comes back to risk, and I don't know that there'd be, well, you never say never that there'd be asbestos in mulch, but it's more to do with the weeds and the biosecurity and that sort of avenue you would be going down with the mulch that you prefer, like talking about now, and concrete and that sort of stuff as far as rubble or whatever. I didn't know that we were sending recycling concrete and that out, other than big stuff that we reuse for our own activities. But yeah, just so is that a fair comment in regards to just the weed problem with the possibility of mulch?
Yeah, through you, Deputy. Yeah, that's one of the risks that that, you know, council confronts by doing what we currently do, and you know, there's no guarantees that, you know, we don't have, you know, seeds going out in trailers and trucks and that sort of thing that are being, you know, sent around the countryside. So, but certainly it's the asbestos as well, because there's, you know, significant penalties for, you know, if we do get caught out. I mean, probably all those councils in the attachment there, they probably didn't think they were going to get caught out either, but they did, and you know, it does cause a world of pain to council.
I would have thought that with all the rules and regulations to demolishing or taking anything away that has got asbestos in, that, you know, we really should be covered pretty well, because you can't just go and pull it down and throw it into your bin or your rubbish. So, you know, I think we're pretty well covered with that. And as to the weeds, I don't think this mulch is really going out to rural properties. It's more like going into, you know, Mr. and Mrs. residents' home gardens. So the weed problem, I think, is something that if they were finding they're an issue, they would make their own decision, that either poison their weeds or pull them out or not get the mulch. I think it's a decision for them, and I really don't think, as I said, with the rules and regulations around demolishing or removing or touching asbestos, it really should not get to the tip into where the you know, green waste is.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, it's disappointing in one hand, but I can assure you, Councillor Erkins, some commentary around this has been labelled at council has been fairly ordinary, in that it's been contaminated with glass, it's been contaminated with asbestos, and I also just bring to your attention, some time ago, council experienced a huge asbestos disposal, I think in Blackbutt, is that correct, Deputy Mayor Jones, which council had to, and of course that's a massive cost to our ratepayers. Yeah, the biosecurity risk, we've touched on that this morning with weeds and whatnot. Yeah, look, if council's going to use that in rehabilitation of some of our sites or some of our eroded areas or whatever it be, that's a positive. We also need to take into consideration there that we don't want to be competitive to businesses within the region in supplying something free that they're trying to supply for a cost. That's not council's intention is to compete with them, that's for sure. So, yeah, it's a curly one, but I can fully understand, and I bang on about biosecurity risks, and the last thing we want, and I know I was asked by the Binduma Homestead some time ago if I could bring a load of that out to their homestead. Would have been receptive to that, but no, I won't be delivering a truckload out there for them. So, yeah, disappointing, but again, I think educating the public goes a long way to helping this.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Same as Councillor Henshin, actually, with regards to some of those issues. I know, and if you read through some of these reports with regards to Southern Downs, Rocky, and Bega, and over in Western Australia with the asbestos, they had no idea. And it has been taken weeks, and there are so many different areas that that contaminated waste has gone to. So every single household that got a trailer load of waste has now got issues with their areas and their properties. So, and I think the fact that we can use this for topping our landfill, I think is fantastic. And I do, we just had this discussion earlier about Parthenium weed, and I know, because the average, a lot of residents around the town area don't even, they may not even know what Parthenium looks like, so they have no idea. So if they've gone and mowed their grass and whacked it in the compost, and it goes out there, and then someone else picks it up, takes it to their place, and that's just spreading that Parthenium again, if it is, or whatever weed we're talking about. So look, as much as I really don't like the fact that we're not giving away the green waste to the public, I do fully understand, because people do not look at what they put in their green waste. They will throw anything in their green waste, and I know there's been incidents where there's been wire and things like that through the green waste, and then when the machine breaks down, we have to pay to get that fixed then, which is an extra cost to council. So I look, as much as it does hurt me to do this, because now I can't get the green mulch, I do understand why we're doing this. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. Certainly interesting to read. Our neighbours in Bundaberg, Southern Downs have had these issues. So I do full-heartedly read the report and acknowledge the risk. I had a couple of questions just in terms of the controls, like in your experience, Manager Darrell, is there any way to either A, test the mulch, B, put controls in place, as in people sign a waiver form or something like that says they acknowledge that this is green waste and that this is could contain contaminants? Just keen on terms of your advice, or where you may have seen you said you had this instance happen in other workplaces. Very much welcome any thoughts that you have in that regard.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Obviously, it goes from education of people who go out to the waste facility as to what they can and can't do. It's also at the gatehouse when people are asked around what they've got on board. We don't do any sort of physical checks of the contents, and it's all too common for that sheet of asbestos or fibro to be at the bottom of the trailer and you have green waste on top. We don't have anyone wandering around the site, inspecting, before the green waste gets pushed up and removing any wire or asbestos or plastics. So that's a resourcing thing, and obviously if we look at doing that on a weekend, that can run into significant dollars. And then it's tough. It's whilst the majority of people do the right thing, we do have that minority that want to try and get away with having to pay for that asbestos or manage it in such a way in which it should be by the letter of the law. So that's some of the things we need to look at. And obviously, it's and I think we do have a waiver that they sign off on, but you get different advice, and it's probably not really worth the paper it's written on. We don't have any control over what they do with it, where it goes, what volumes they take. So, we're sort of not in control of the situation. Hence, this sort of risk does it does come to council as, we need to probably be aware of it and then make a decision accordingly.
Thank you for that. And just a supplementary question. So in these instances where people have complained and it's been found, does the Department of Environmental Sciences issue fines, investigate? What would that, let's just say, 1 in the 1,000 truckloads got taken away and this happened to us. What is that process, and what's, in terms of the risk, what is that risk like in terms of, do we get a fine, a penalty? What does it look like?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, obviously there's reputational risk and financial risk, and I know my experience at Southern Downs, like Workplace Health and Safety took council to court in relation to the asbestos that was used for top dressing a school lawn and playing fields. So this is where you don't have control over where your product goes, and ultimately there's a claim outstanding with the council in relation to that incident. So, and that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So.
In relation to this one, you said we could stockpile it and use it for the rehabilitation. So I'm imagining that's, final landform of the landfill. And I imagine you cap it, like you would use that as a fill and then you would cap it with other materials on top. My question is in terms of, like, we still need to mulch the facility, like the actual waste. So is there a risk to our people to being exposed to any of these issues and through that process? And do we have enough space at the facility to actually stockpile this waste? And does that create other issues in terms of pests and vermin and whatever else might sort of, because we won't be capping our landfills until I think 2024 is in the report. So I'm just keen to understand the risk of actually having all that material on site from a fire point of view, rodents, those sorts of things. How are we actually going to manage that? There's some of the thoughts I've got.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that insight. I think, at Kingaroy and Nanango, we do have capacity to stockpile, and, we can still progressively rehab. So not as though we have to have a big mountain of it and then do something with it. And that sort of stems out of the strategy that we're working on at the moment. Obviously, there's some risks around vermin and all that sort of thing, but it is a active landfill, so probably what you're adding to there is insignificant. I know Department of Environment and Science, they're probably looking at an amendment to our Environmental Authority to allow us to, I think they classify it as composting. So that's something that we'd need to look at if we were to stockpile it on site. Ideally, you probably want to be aware of those thresholds, so you don't need to do that amendment. So you just keep using it on your site. So, but yeah, they're all conversations that we need to have and work through.
Yeah, thank you for the additional insight. Look, I will support this. I do think it's going to be a very difficult thing to explain to our community. I am listening to Councillor Erkins. I know, a number of farmers that have used it to regenerate or help regenerate pasture. There's been some rather large scale users of that product, and I guess while I understand the narrative around it, I think many won't. And so my feedback would be, or my question is, how are we actually going to manage the communication of this? Acknowledging for our community, if this is something that council supports, that the reasons why it's, largely because it is a risk. It's not because we're all, money hungry and trying to rip off our ratepayers, which unfortunately decisions like these are often seen that through that lens, So I guess my question is what's your proposal in terms of, if this is something we support, to make people aware of that? I would hate to see our staff out at those waste facilities and the contractors be subjected to the commentary that will come following this decision, particularly for those regular users. So how are we going to manage that risk and conversation with the community is probably my question.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, obviously there'd be a communication strategies. That's, social media, media releases. Obviously we'd be skilling up our site people as to the reasons why, so they're on the same page as what we are. I think in the report we mentioned we're doing signage on site, and even through our iWay system, see whether we can identify those regular users and then make contact with them and advise them accordingly. Fully understand that we want to get the message out there and the reasons why. That's certainly at the forefront of our minds with this one.
Councillor Duff, have you got any comments to make? And then we'll go to Councillor Erkins to finish up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Yes, I'm supporting this. I hear what Councillor Erkins says, but even just to say that, some of the farmers have been using it, that's worrying to me, because if there's weeds and stuff in there and there's no biosecurity control, I think we need to mitigate the risk, and I'm supporting the motion.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Just quickly, I just Googled it. Noosa Shire Council are committed to keeping waste out of landfill and reducing greenhouse gases by recycling garden waste, and they give a certain amount you can go and get for free, and I believe they charge after that. But I only Googled Noosa, but I believe there are other councils who still do it, so it's not like everyone is stopping it.
Through you. So just a comment on that. If council was to continue and wanted to continue to do the mulch, we would need to change our operations quite significantly. We would have to introduce significant quality control so we can know what material are going in. Sometimes, say with our parks and gardens, we have used mulch previously and worked with people like Ergon. So we've actually just separated that tree mulch, so we know exactly what is being mulched, so you know what is going in, so you've got some control around it. So if we were going to offer that service, as Noosa do, that will come at a significant cost. Again, as Manager Brooks is talking about, do we want to introduce that part of our operations in competition to the commercial providers that provide that? We could run in, because we would, I really would recommend council, if you want to do green waste mulch, we need to do it with that quality assurance that we are mitigating that risk, because the fact that it hasn't happened, and it has happened in the South Burnett, we have had an asbestos issue with material from the dump that had to be a clean-up, so that was a significant cost to that company that carted the mulch and then had to clean it up, and then had to get clean fill in to cover that, so it can happen. So you can look at some councils, but we don't know what the Noosa operations are. So I just think we'd have to have significant quality control to continue.
Thanks, Pete. I think we've had good discussion around this and enough information to make a decision. So we're going to go to the officer's recommendation that's been moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson, that from the 28th of February 2023, Council ceases to supply green waste mulch to the public at the Kingaroy and the Nango waste facilities. All those in favour? We have Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson, Councillor Duff, Councillor Jones, all in favour. Against? Councillor Erkins. The recommendation has got up 5-1. Okay. 11. Item 11 on the agenda, 11.1, the Rural Resilience and Disaster Recovery, Parks and Gardens Property and Facility Management and First Nations Affairs Portfolio, and that portfolio is held by Councillor Duff, and I'll hand over to Councillor Duff to present that portfolio.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. So in parks and facility management, Christmas decorations such as banners, lights, planting of red and white flowers and 8 Christmas trees were installed across the South Burnett region in preparation for the Christmas and festive season celebrations and street carnivals. Wondai Swimming Pool Splash Play Area Building Better Regions project was completed and opened over the summer school holidays. Wondai Pool Manager has worked closely with council staff and contractors to monitor and regulate the water levels, pumps and filtration for the new Splash Play Area. Families have enjoyed the new water splash play area over the summer school holidays and look forward to the official opening. Bathroom renovations to commence March by a local contractor. Proston Swimming Pool has reopened over the summer school holidays with great attendance from the local community. Pool manager is offering swimming lessons for babies and children for term 1. Please contact Bondi and Proston Pool manager for more information on swimming lessons, exercise classes and community activities. Dingo Park and Coronation Park amenities refurbishment was completed prior to Christmas celebrations, and McKell Park amenities for refurbishment will commence in February. QE2 Park Mergen Stage 1 upgrades to commence in January, as quotations were called and awarded to local contractors for the demolition of site and construction of new footpaths and shelters. Contractor has been engaged for Clona Hall drainage repairs. Local contractor to advise council of commencement date. QE2 Jubilee tree planting in honour of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was held on Saturday the 10th of December. This was a fantastic event for Mergen community with a total of 16 community groups being allocated a tree in recognition of their local volunteer organisation and for their service to the Mergen community. This event was officially opened by Lou O'Brien MP. Also on this day, the Mergen RSL sub-branch officially opened the Mergen Veterans Memorial Park. And in rural resilience, over the last couple of months, Council's Disaster Resilience Officer has attended workshops that promote positive wellbeing while seeking assistance in gaining resources to assist the community. During the month of November, our Disaster Resilience Officer and other staff, along with Councillor Potter, completed their training in PCEP, Person-Centred Emergency Preparedness, in order to assist those in our community that often get left behind, with special attention towards providing our evacuation centres with the required equipment for special needs. Recovery training took place in November, where a combination of local agencies and staff attended. They completed Module 1 and 2 in recovery, along with completing their QDMA certificate. Survey results also have been finalised, and a list of projects have been collated in relation to addressing the current needs of the community. Thank you to all the community members that completed the survey. Meetings with Red Cross, NEMA and QRA, along with local agencies, will continue throughout the next 12 months. Rail child counter numbers, with the exception of Kingaroy, were down in 2022 when compared to 2021. This was to be expected with the number of whole or partial closures of the rail child due to flooding, poor weather during prime tourist season, and the continued closure of the rail child beyond Moondoona Road. Even so, the overall numbers are solid and represent a considerable return to local businesses and the health and wellbeing of local residents. Peak months continued to be between March to September as expected, and then there's a graph there with Transmitter Road, Webbs Road, Wandai and Kingaroy with the totals from 2022 of 62,108. Caravan camps, free camps for rural and Wandai. Grand total numbers over time was 27,690. And the income to the Southbound is calculated using a 2008 Darling Downs study of $88 per night. And the grand total, which is just income over time, is quite significant. It's 2,436,720. So that's all the report. But I also wanted to add, and Councillor Hensham was there when we had the acknowledgement of country or welcome to country at the Badooma Homestead Australia Day. And in my First Nations, just wanted to add that now that Badooma area through to Geelong and Glencoe area is now no longer Waka Waka country. It's actually regarded as Auburn Hawkwood country. And we had an elder from the Auburn Hawkwood community. She did the welcome to country and was able to point that out because a determination has been made. So just wanted to flag that. So that end of our region is now Auburn Hawkwood country. So that I'd like to move my report. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. And Councillor Hensham made mention of that after our welcome to country done by Councillor Potter in your absence this morning. So, that's good to understand. So, questions, councillors? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge Natalie Mann, our amazing pool operator at Wandai and Proston Pools. I actually had the privilege of taking my kids for a swim at the Wandai Pool on Australia Day in the late afternoon. It was wonderful to see there, I believe, close to 200 families that had gone through the gate that day. I have not seen a pool, actually it might have been 140. I was at the Kingaroy swimming pool on Saturday. There were over 200 people go through and swim on Saturday, which is amazing. So those pool operators are doing an amazing job. But Natalie she's running life-saving classes, she's doing meditation classes, she's got something for people of all ages. She's really having an impact with our local youth as well, working particularly with those who are at risk and disengaged. It was wonderful to catch up with her and to see the pool so full and to see so many families having a great time. It's wonderful to see that splash play area completed and to see the vision of trying to demonstrate, the dingoes coming for a drink there in Wondai. I just wanted to check in terms of the budget, how things were tracking with that regard. I know we had 300,000 Building Better Regions funding. We matched that with another 300,000 and we extended that again by another 300,000. So I just wanted to confirm and when that official opening might actually be happening. Hugely excited for the people of Wondai for that facility to be taken to the next level.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Certainly, we are watching the budget quite closely on this project. We have locked in the contractor to do the bathroom renovations, and that was locked in at the time that we all made that decision to do that additional funding. That was locked in some time ago. Those works are to kick off towards the end of March, early April. Because it is such a busy swimming season down there, we don't really want to start those works any earlier because it would require closure of the pool amenities. So we just need to hold off and let Wondai and the South Burnett community enjoy that splash play area as much as possible while the temperature is nice. So happy through our second quarter review, we'll provide a detailed update with that project. But at this stage, we're not aware of anything alarming that's come out of the ordinary. It's very well costed, very well project managed. Things are on track at this stage and we've had no major blowouts at this stage. So we'll just keep travelling and see how we go.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge your incredible team. Manager Leanne, you've managed that project quietly behind the scenes and done an amazing job. It's a wonderful outcome. Thank you so much for all of your efforts in making that happen in what we know is a very difficult environment in terms of getting contractors and the escalation of costs. So thank you for all of your efforts. It's really amazing and I look forward to that opening and support your decision to hold off on those bathrooms. That's a great move.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, this may have to be a question on notice, but I know we've got a few issues with the Kingaroy pool and I would just like to know how much is spent on the Kingaroy pool on a yearly basis, how much water is being, how much we have to top up the pool with water each year, because I know that there is a huge issue with leakage at the Kingaroy pool. This has been going on for many years, ever since I've been in council, and I really think the community needs to know the issues that we're having with the Kingaroy pool, the amount it's costing the community and the amount of water we're using for it. Thank you.
So happy to take that as a question on notice, or can you answer that now, Manager?
I just wanted to note that in the past 12 months, we have provided a very detailed condition assessment on the Kingaroy swimming pool, which goes into great detail of all of the condition of your facilities, your leaks, your pumps, your filtration systems. So happy to send that report through again if that's what's needed. And certainly we can provide an update on the expenditure to operate the pool and any sort of costs associated with major maintenance issues. We could bring that forward.
Thank you. Happy with that, Councillor Potter. Yeah. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Duff, for your report. Can I just direct a question or a query at Manager Leanne in relation to the McKell Park amenities? There's been much commentary around that for a long time. It was designated to start work on the 16th of January and then the 23rd of January. Now we're starting on February with hope to be completed by the end of February. can you supply any further details or updates in relation to the toilets in McKell Park?
We can. We've had some delays in the materials over the Christmas break, unfortunately, in arriving here in Kingaroy, but those materials are now here. We were keen to commence today. Our officers we're actually doing the works ourselves in-house because of contractor availability and costs. So we're doing the works ourselves. The works was to commence today, but unfortunately we had a shower of rain, believe it or not, and we've made the decision to actually commence tomorrow, and we didn't want to take the roof off today. So all is good. We're progressing, and you'll see some works there over the next couple of days.
Thank you, Manager Leanne, and appreciate your work. And I know I've hounded the department many times in relation to not just that toilet, and I'm happy, Deputy Mayor, for another quick question and on notice in relation to the toilets in the the Tingura Sports Ground. We had a cricket day down there. When I say we were invited to a cricket day down there, Councillor Duff and I, and Councillor Shoemaker and the Mayor, in the opening of the sports ground for the Tingura Vikings, their first time back in the competition for a long, long time. They're trying to find some history on that. Now, it was brought to my attention that those toilet blocks there were serviced to be able to be usable that day. They didn't actually work that day. And again, Deputy Mayor, happy to take that on notice as to what's happening and where we progress with those toilets or what's in the store for us in the future with them.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Deputy Mayor, happy to answer that now. Yes, so we're fully aware that they weren't functioning adequately on the day. Unfortunately, the setup that we have there, the large tank, gravity feeds into the toilets, and unfortunately there's no pressure to drive that water through there. So in the past, many years ago, we have had a pump there in the past, and things were stolen, and therefore we're looking at alternative options at the moment, whether or not what the cost will be to run power to that site, and what the cost is for a solar pump to be put there so we could pressurise the water that needs to come from the tank into the systems. So we'll have those costs and we'll bring that back for Council's consideration. Thank
you, Manager Leanne. Yeah, look, and sure Councillor Duff will agree, an absolutely sensational day, and wish Tingura Vikings all the best for the future. It's great to see a club. Yeah, I might also add, Councillor Duff, and I'm sure you won't mind me adding that Councillor Duff and myself's team absolutely annihilated Councillor Shoemaker and the Mayor's team. Thank you.
And I'll just add, Councillor Henson, that if I had turned up, I would have been on Councillor Shoemaker's team and we'd have smashed you. So, Councillor Duff, comments? You're on mute, Kathy. You're on mute.
Sorry, I also won the best bowler of the day. I had the best strike rate, and I got a little accolades for that. So yes, and our team smashed the other teams. That was a lot of fun. But my question was, I was going to ask about the toilets, but I wanted to ask about QE2 Park, and I know it's going to take some months to finish, but just wanted to flag the fact that Anzac Day is a big event for Murgon, and they have, there's an expectation that that park will be finished because that's where the crowd assembles. So I just wanted to flag that with Manager Leanne about trying to have that finished before Anzac Day.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just happy to take that on notice. I would need to go back and look at our schedule of works, contractor engagement, and just really have a close look and review that schedule before I can answer that question. So happy to take that on notice, Kathy, and bring it back.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jones. I just believe in a fair game. That's the problem here. You know, there was no corruption on my side of the Vikings team. I played fair, and I am in training for next year's game. Absolutely.
No further comments. We'll go straight to the vote. We've got there now the Councillor Duff's portfolio report. The moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Potter, that Councillor Duff's Rural Resilience, Disaster Recovery, Parks, Gardens, Property Facility Management and First Nation Affairs portfolio be received. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll go to 11.2. We're running at 12:15. We've got a bit left, so I'm going to be guided by the councillors whether we break for lunch or not. But we'll do this regulated dog report. 11.2. The officer's recommendation that council note and accept the report, and the council's response policy there, the current regulated dangerous dog procedure and policy are currently under review by corporate governance and strategy to progress them through the policy governance framework. Dog attacks are considered the highest priority within the compliance team and are triaged and responded to in a case-by-case situation. In circumstances relating to after-hours requests, either immediate action is taken or the following business day upon determination of the seriousness of attack and other determining factors such as the animal's location, animal's containment, injury sustained, etc. So do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder, Councillor Henshin. Comments, questions for our staff? Darryl, is there anything that you want to make comment before we go to the vote or anything?
Deputy Mayor. Obviously, the Animal Management Act is quite a significant piece of legislation, and we've tried to condense it into 2 pages. So it's pretty challenging, but happy to take the report as read and answer any questions that councillors may have.
Thanks, Darryl. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. I am just mindful, that the stats show that there are, this is a consistent thing that we're actually responding to over the term of council. And I guess I just want to better understand in terms of the resourcing, of this requirement, are we resourced to respond to the current demand for this service? And is this something, how do we make sure that when this does happen, God forbid, that it can at times that, there is that timely response and, I guess it falls into that bigger discussion that we've had around the dog registration fees, dare I bring it up, and how we make sure that we get enough resources to respond to these sorts of challenges as depicted by the Animal Management Act.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Obviously, the compliance team take on this responsibility, and we've been short on officers in that space and continue to be short on officers in that space. But certainly when we do get a notification of a dog attack, that takes priority over any other work that they've got on at that time. Obviously, it's a very emotive time when an attack takes place. So obviously our advice to the officers is, we need to validate the information before, we respond. And even in my time here, with the number of dog attacks that have occurred, they've all gone down different pathways. Some have had, some have been taken to the vet by the owner themselves to have the dog put down immediately after the attack. So, that's, that sort of helps us, obviously. We get some others that, the dog mysteriously disappears. And people aren't, forthcoming with evidence and photographs and, all the information that officers require to make an informed decision. So, no 2 dog attacks investigations are ever the same. But what I can reassure you is, it is a priority for the team once a notification comes through.
And just in terms of those compliance officers, is that, across the local government sector, is that sort of one of these other areas where we're struggling to recruit people? Or is there, and in terms of that, are there opportunities? I acknowledge that's a very difficult role for anybody who's living in our community, living and working in this space. And I guess, it's probably not a role I personally would want to apply for. So I'm just mindful of how do we get that pipeline of people, or are there officers internally that have showed an interest that we can support? I guess just mindful of that resourcing into the future.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Obviously it's a tough gig. It's probably one of the more challenging roles. You're thrown into a lot of neighbourhood disputes, and you've got to navigate your way through there to get the best outcome you can. Obviously as a result of it being a tough gig, you know, it is really challenging to find people that actually want to do this sort of work. You know, we have been fortunate, you know, we're shortlisting at the moment for a senior compliance officer, you know, so we'll just see what that process brings to us. But yeah, it is a difficult, you know, thankless role that that you have to fulfil, and you know, you get thrown into all different crazy situations that yeah, no 2 days are ever the same.
Well, we're very grateful for our compliance officers and thank them for their efforts, and really appreciate the report and the heads up on this. Thank you.
No more questions, councillors? Okay, we'll go to the regulated dog report. The committee recommend that the report be noted and accepted. Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, second by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We'll go to 11.3 and then we'll discuss lunch, what we're doing or where we're heading with this. So First Settlers Park, Banarkin, the project update, the officer's recommendation that the committee recommend to council that 1, the adoption of the concept plans and costings for stage 1 upgrades to First Settlers Park, Banarkin. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Potter. I'll go straight to manager or acting CEO Pete or GM, Manager Peterson. Whoever, take your pick.
Oh, just a quick comment. We have just updated the recommendation. You'll see on the screens in front, just to what's in the meeting. It says the same thing, but it's basically just so you adopt the concept plans and note the estimated costing. So it's just reworded.
Yeah, no, sorry, Pete. The lady to my left actually mentioned that to me, and I was ignorant and didn't listen to her. Or I was paying attention. Not that I wasn't trying to. I understood what she's saying, but she did tell me that the recommendation had changed. So I read from the agenda and not the screen. So the recommendation is that the committee recommends to council the adoption of the concept plans for stage 1, upgrades to First Settlers Park, Banarkin, and note the estimated costings. Councillor Erkins is a mover. You happy with that? And Councillor Potter? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Manager Peterson, your floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just happy to talk through this project. This has been going on for a little while with the Banarkin community, trying to work through and discuss what are the options for upgrades to the park. This project had already commenced over 6 months ago when you made a decision to actually make upgrades to the toilet amenities and put in a new water treatment plant. So the project sort of has started to commence because there were some urgent works down there. But we did go back to the community just before Christmas, around about the 8th of December, to talk through the concept designs. There was 2 concept designs that were presented and they were attached to your report here today. The preferred plan or concept plan that the community liked was the concept plan upgrade at AA. Now, the reason being is the upgrade, they were really keen to see the day use area receive the upgrades through there. So improve the fencing, improve seating around the existing playground area, a new picnic shelter, and for the remaining funds that the community are aware that council has, which is approximately $100,000, that's probably where they felt that they could focus their funds and get the best results for $100,000. That would allow the rest of the area to continue as open space where there's already existing trees, existing shelters. There's a beautiful log on a cart there, a wagon under a shelter, so all of that would remain as is. Where if you go to the proposal option 2, which was, or option BB, it really had a major drawing for new car parking through that open space area. So we talked about that. If we had an open budget and a big checkbook, then that would be certainly a great option, is to have some parking and a sealed car park. But probably not the priority at this stage. The priority was to really make the day use area safe, the playground area safe for families to utilise, make sure that the picnic shelter there that the Lions Club has, make sure it's functional, So improve it with some plumbing and a kitchen sink, and then just do some minor other improvements through that day use area. So we've gone away and prepared a detailed estimate on those works that the community liked, and you can see that attached to the report as well. So our estimate came in at 109, so 498, so about 110,000, and we have a budget of 100,000 there as well, 1,500, sorry. So we'll work through that budget. Depending on how we work, we may decide that in-house we will remove the old bollards and install the new bollards, so there could be some savings there, but I've just done some estimates there today for consideration. So we're looking for council's consideration and an adoption of the concept plan AA, which is really, and we suggested it's stage 1 of the upgrades for First Settlers Park. And note that the estimated costings there, and as that project rolls out, we'll see how we can deliver that. It's very close to the allocated amount, so I'd be keen just to see that one roll through.
Okay, Councillor Erkins, questions, comments?
Yep. In the first option, so the white fence around the day use area, is that a fence?
So in the proposal that you see in AA, the fence, yes, in their proposal, when you read the actual detailed notes, they were suggesting a brick wall.
Yep.
Now, when we went down there and spoke to the community, we weren't chasing a brick wall, where the community were really happy with the pool-like fencing rather than bollards, and that way it makes it safe for children.
So on the left-hand side, where
yes.
Is that white, is that also a fence? The dotted line.
Oh, no, sorry. I see where that's a site analysis map. Okay. So, no, that was just defining that that's an open space area. Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure, like the camping area, I can see that you're trying to encourage the camping down the bottom there, but that is a fair way away from the amenities block. And you have to remember that a lot of people, if you're too far away, we talk about access for disabled, and they're quite often with older people, that is a long way to walk to the amenities block. I see you're trying to keep the campers out of that other area, is that right?
Yeah, what the consultant has done is probably in this particular map is they're just defining what they could see is happening there on site. Majority of the campers probably do camp further down, but you are correct. We were there the other day in our community consultation, and there were campers through that other area that is highlighted with the dotted lines. There are certainly campers, and you are right, if they want to gain access to the amenities, they would park there. We have no funds or any way of actually excluding them from there. It's certainly treed, and people will drive through the trees and they gain access to that area. But there are some other pieces of infrastructure in there. There's a little netball hoop and a basketball hoop, and they're remaining. So hopefully the campers don't necessarily park on them. They still leave them available for the community.
No, that's fine. I just know that, I mean, a lot of people do prefer to go further away. Yeah. But there are people who, because they're lazy like me, backs like me.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, we know, Councillor Erkins, that you do like to camp around the region, but it is also notable that so many campers now travel with those amazing big caravans that include facilities of their own. So I can see that sort of working either way. Just wanted to acknowledge the community consultation that's gone on around this. I know firsthand from my mother-in-law, she was so impressed to meet so many people there in December and to have a good look at it and discussion. Very excited about this project. I know it was a key project that we laid down at the beginning of the term, and with the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail being so popular, this facility, whenever I drive past, there are always campers here. It is a well-used facility, and I know that informed our upgrades to the toilets. I also really love that we now have a bit of a vision. So whilst we can't do all of the works here in the first instance, it's great to have some ideas in the top drawer so that next time funding becomes available, you know, we may be able to continue progressing this. Just really wanted to thank you and acknowledge the work that's gone in, and excited to see us get started on this project. I think it'll be a real asset to our region.
Excellent. Any more questions, comments, councillors? Okay, so we'll go to the recommendation for First Settlers Park, Banarkin. It's been moved by Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter, that the committee recommends to council the adoption of the concept plans for stage 1 upgrades to First Settlers Park, Banarkin, and note the estimated costings. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. While we've got Leanne here, we'll address that Facilities and Parks operational update at 12.1, and that the officer's recommendation is that the Facilities and Parks operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henshin, seconder Councillor Erkins. You've got 8 or 9 pages of updates, and we're currently the status of each project. You would have had time to read them, no doubt. So is there any questions or comments, councillors, for Manager Peterson before we let her depart? Councillor Shoemaker.
My only question was just in relation to Memorial Park. I know we had put aside originally $500,000 through the Works for Queensland funding to get started on something at Memorial Park, and that over time we've reallocated that to other priorities, and that there is some money still remaining there. I had thought through Capital Works this year we had recognised those garden beds that had asbestos material in them, and that it was actually a current project that was underway. And just while you were still in the room, I just wanted to confirm where that project is at, and that I'm actually on the right page. There was so much writing here and I was reading it late last night, so my apologies if I've missed it in your report, but I just wanted an update on that project. Manager Leanne, please.
Through you, Mr Mayor, happy to provide the update now. I think there is also a notice of motion around the asbestos in the garden. So are you happy for me to provide the update now, or do you want me to provide the update at the time that we deal with the notice of motion?
Happy to not take up your whole afternoon and just get that update now.
Yep, certainly. Just to provide you with an update, we did go to tender in October for the works for the removal of the asbestos from the garden beds. The asbestos is down in the soil, so it's not exposed. It's down in the soil. And the tender closed in November. Unfortunately, the tenders that we received were well above our budget allocation. So we provided a report late last year with a bit of a estimated cost on how these works were to occur. What we've done just recently, once we've reviewed those tenders, is we've reviewed the scope of work. So it could be that we may supply the security fencing for that particular job. We had actually suggested that once the contractor had gone through and removed some of the materials, that the contractor would actually continue just to level the garden bed and take away some of the waste. So there's some leftover pavers, for example. Unfortunately, what we've decided to do is that we'll bring that works back in-house and do it within our council staff, just to try to find some savings and put it back out for tender. As well as probably just going a little bit further afield to look at other contractors that deal with asbestos removal, because in this case it's in a garden type of environment rather than in a building. So there's probably some other companies out there that could have a better process. So we've been talking to them, and they're interested in tendering as well. So we suggest that we will go to re-tender and have a response by the end of March and move this project forward.
Thank you. And just with the remainder of the funds, sorry, was it how much did we have left for Memorial Park? 200,000, around that?
Yes, around that.
Yes. I just wanted to confirm, so last year it was wonderful. Just before Christmas, I actually managed to catch up with Verda and some of the St John's School children, and we did the flyover in the park and of the Memorial Park and the pool facility and the vision that had kind of been set for the master plan there. And we had some discussions about, you know, what some of their preferred ideas were for if we were to start this project, where they would like to start. And they all provided a lot of feedback about the youth area. I just wanted to understand, you know, in terms of progressing that, is that something that's coming through a budget review, or is it something that your team's working on? Because I'm mindful there's also some different sport and rec funding and stuff that might be available that could help. So just keen to get an update on that project.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to respond. Most definitely, the survey did finish at Christmas time for the community engagement over Memorial Park and Memorial swimming pool. All of that information has been collated. Opium Planning have completed their community consultation report. I had the pleasure of sitting down and working through that with their staff last week. So we're happy with the content and the graphs and the information that has come through all of the community consultation sessions. That will be presented to council at the next council meeting, is what we is aiming for. Unfortunately, we couldn't have it here today because we only had that meeting last week. But yeah, whether or not we can have it for the next standing committee, the community standing committee, or straight through to council is probably where it's going to land. And you'll have a copy of the final concept plans, or the final plans, and you'll have the community consultation report that will back up what those plans are looking like. So then from there, we will also have a recommendation on how we progress some works in that master plan, and that's looking at how will we allocate the $200,000 roughly that's left over in the Works for Queensland. Where would the priorities be from that master plan, and where would council like to see that money allocated to now? And also, you are correct, there is the sport and rec funding that's out there, and we are very keen to submit an application under that to look at actually progressing some of those works. So we've had some discussions with the department of whether some of the ideas that's fallen out of the master plan for Memorial Park, like the youth area, the basketball courts, the Ninja Warrior course, footpath, is that something that could be funded under that grant? Most definitely, so we're keen now to progress that. But I will need to bring a report through to council so council can consider that, and maybe there's other projects. And then we can work that through. But the deadline for that grant, I'd have to just double check, but it's not far away. So we are keen to really hit the road running with that and get an application in. And once again, that application is up to $100,000, but council would have to make a 25% contribution. So it's a contribution you would be looking at in your next capital works budget.
Yeah, thank you for the update. And just my final question in relation to Memorial Park is the footbridge. I believe it's still closed over the drain, and I don't want to, I know it's a bit of a contentious issue. I've had some people mention it to me because they walk in the facility. I just wondered if there's any update for the community in relation to that.
Most certainly, we have been working on a funding application under the Cura flood recovery. The application was submitted on Christmas Eve, or just the day before Christmas Eve, for a new footbridge under the flood funding. So that has been submitted, and now we're just waiting on a response from the department of whether that project is successful. If that is, it would be fantastic, because that would certainly link in with our master plan, where we have actually submitted a project of like embedment, and that would really work well with the concept plan. So we'll just wait and see. It's certainly not to the length of what's in the concept plan, but certainly starts off with the width. So if we can get the width going, and in the short term and then long term, we might be other stages to the bridge depending on how we progress the drain, but at least we would get a new bridge to the width that we need to line up with the new footpaths in the future.
Fantastic. Thank you for all of your efforts, and certainly for putting in an application on so close to Christmas. Really do appreciate that.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I do have a notice of motion because I do think that that needs to be the priority. And obviously, we went to tender and it was way above the tender. But yes, so that notice of motion is coming up at the end, I believe. So yes, that's whether you want to address that now. But yes.
No, we're almost there. We'll just tidy this one up and move forward. So we'll just finish up now. Any more questions in regards to facilities, parks and operational update? Okay, so we have the recommendation there that moved by Councillor Hanson, second by Councillor Erkins, that the facilities and parks operational update be received for information. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So we move on quickly to 13.1, remaining life of landfills, question on notice. The question was put forward by Councillor Potter. We have the response there. Councillor Potter, are you happy with that response?
Yes, thank you.
Would you like to move that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Potter moves that the following question on notice was received from, with recommendation that the response to the question regarding remaining life of our landfills raised by Councillor Potter be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Henson, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, completely guided by you people, the councillors, we have 3 notices of motion and a item in the confidential section. It is currently...
I'd like to break for lunch.
It's 12:20.
Yep, lunch.
Lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch by the looks of it. So I'll move a recommendation that we break for lunch. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. It's 20 to 1. What time do you want to resume, councillors? How long do you need? 1:15 be enough? 3/4 of an hour? Oh, well, yeah, so it's only 20. Let's just say 1:30. 1:30. Okay, the meeting will try and be back by 1:30, please. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, councillor, staff, and anybody that's continuing to watch on live stream. I'll move a motion that we move back out or come back in from lunch and get back and continue on the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, we're going to rewind back to item number 5 on the agenda, the notices of motion, and item 5.1, notice of a motion for rural residential blocks. And Councillor Duff, I'll hand over to you. This is your motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Just the first one is the council review the policy related to rural residential blocks with a view to include them in the overgrown allotments compliance policy. So I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Councillor Duff, do you want to make any further comments in regards to the motion and why?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Jones. Residents have raised concerns about overgrown allotments and in rural residential areas attracting vermin, creating health and safety issues for neighbours and potential fire risks. So it's I've had people in that Proston Gardens area and then out at Grant Crescent and different places. I guess it's more about those rural residential blocks in the built-up areas, and I'd just like to get some comment from the staff if that's possible, because it's more or less just bringing it back, because I think there's a grey area there whether we could just make it the smaller blocks or the ones in the more built-up areas, but just certainly wanting to look at it.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll hand over to Manager Darryl for any comments, or CEO Pete or Acting CEO Pete, as it's in their area. But interested to hear the comments, Darryl.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So obviously, I think the overgrown property procedure was adopted by Council in May last year. So it's a fairly recent policy that's been or procedure that's been adopted, and obviously that quite clearly just states that that policy only applies to defined town areas. So if council's looking at extending it out, we just need to be really clear around what that looks like, what's in, what's out, and obviously there's increased workload for an already under-resourced team. So that's probably my biggest concern at this point in time.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, so yeah, probably similar comments. We did discuss this, and this was one of the issues we did when we were developing that procedure. Talked around the size of the allotments, because you have every situation is slightly different, and you've got some larger rural residential blocks where we would be loath to actually be trying. People have got horses and goats and sheep and cattle on the rural residential blocks, so those larger ones we wouldn't. So yeah, you would have to be really clear on say whether it was the size or the proximity to the urban areas. But yeah, that would normally in those rural areas, even though the rural residential blocks, then we'd be just looking at that that buffer for a fire break is the usually the only requirement that we have. And probably just the other comment, just on the resourcing, following up from that's the sort of thing where we talk about our compliance officers are doing this and they're doing the dangerous dog. So it's not that we don't get to the dangerous dog issues because they become priority and everything gets pushed back. So that's the implication of just probably following on from that previous conversation about compliance is these are the sort of things that do get pushed, that squeezed back.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I remember quite plainly when we did discuss this when we made the rules, and we did discuss that if it was in a defined area, they did need to be kept clean. If it was out of the defined area, well then for a completely different use. And really, I mean, we have trouble getting people to clean up their house yards in town. So we have trouble doing that. So I think to try and go for 5 acre blocks out of the area, that's why they buy 5 acre blocks, so they don't have to keep them mown.
Councillor Potter, did you have your light on before, or you're good? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, my only, so thank you for the feedback on this, and certainly appreciate the staff's input, being there's very little information in the report presented here. I was thinking about, for my own division, I have a number of rural residential blocks in Division 4, and they differ in size. So I know there are some that are that 1 acre or less, and that they are probably more built up areas. I know there are a number of 5 acre lots, and they go up from there, particularly out toward Bowie. And I've sort of thought about how I've driven around and viewed some of those lots. There's certainly quite a lot of housing that probably doesn't meet our building codes or standards in some of those spaces in my division. And I can see we don't have the staff or the people or the services to really support those people to change their circumstances or help them in that situation. My only thinking about this from my division's point of view is that there are so many rural residential blocks in that 1 acre. And so I'm wondering if we shouldn't consider, when we look at those defined town maps, if it's 1 acre or less within the proximity of town. I don't know, General Manager O'May, how we would go about including that. And I certainly recognise it's a challenge for our staff to keep on top of things as it is. I know Councillor Potter and I went out to see a constituent that borders both Div 3 and Div 4, and she's got long-standing issues with neighbours who haven't been clearing up the property, keeping it to appropriate standard, to the point where you couldn't actually see a vehicle. There was that much grass grown up, and I know staff have been trying to work with that person. The lots, it just so happened that there's 2 beautiful lots, and there's actually, 4 or 5 around them, where we put in requests that day, again, for those people. It's a behaviour, it's a perception. So I know there's no easy answer here, and I know I'm wandering around here, but I actually don't really know what our best approach is to trying to resolve these issues. And I certainly know that the town-defined areas do need to be a priority, but it would concern me if somebody made a complaint about one of those lots that might be 1 acre on the edge of Kingaroy. whether we would actually explore that or like investigate that or not is my question, whether we have any jurisdiction to send them a notice, because I had actually thought in the work that we'd done that had been captured, but it's probably a question to General Manager O'May or Manager Brooks.
Yeah, through you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Yes, it probably is around reviewing those designated town areas, because some of those small, like, even though there might be zone rural residential, are captured in those areas. So, and again, yeah, I haven't got it in front of me, but I can sort of have a look at those Proston, those ones that Councillor Duff is talking about, whether they are caught up in that area, and so it might be just a review of some of those areas. This policy, I think we did, it was middle of the year, so potentially if we did want to review it, potentially maybe over that winter period in lead up to the next season would be the time. But yeah, as an interim, we can definitely look at those maps and see what areas are included. I just haven't got them in front of us at the moment.
Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you. As a follow-on, I think, from Councillor Shoemaker is, I am wondering myself that if we did send a request in to say of an overgrown allotment that is in the rural residential area without us realising it, would that still be followed through and carried through as an overgrown allotment, the same as any other residential overgrown allotment, I suppose? I know you said it depends if that still resides in the town area, so I just, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, we would. Like, the notices are still valid. It's more about where we place our resources and that. So if there was a particular issue and it was in contravention of the local laws, then we could address that. So yeah, we'd just have to see, as long as it was still valid, we could address that. So yeah, we just need to see that wording and see how that, whether it is captured or not. But then it comes back to, like, we do have those different standards. So 800 square metre block in town is expected to be all mowed, whereas a 5 acre block in a rural residential area, we look for that fire break rather than complete mowing of the whole block.
Any other comments or questions, councillors? My concerns with this is the fact that exactly that. Once you start talking about rural residential, and I owned a 5 acre block or something like that, there's a lot more work to do than just say that. Well, it's Councillor Duff's only asking to review the policy related to the rural residential blocks. So I guess that's all we're Councillor Duff, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're asking the council to go back and have a look at the policy and make changes. That's all you're asking here in this notice of motion, that we review the policy, and if we feel strongly enough, we make changes. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And yes, absolutely. And it was more about what Councillor Shoemaker suggested, the smaller blocks in the more build-up areas that are actually zone rural residential. So not as a blanket for all rural residential, because I mean the 5 acre blocks, some of them would be crazy to enforce. That was more about looking at those smaller ones.
Councillor Shoemaker.
I'd just like to propose an amendment to the motion. That council review the policy. Council review, what's the official policy name? Is it the overgrown allotment policy? Have I got that right? Review the overgrown allotment policy. To consider the maps in the designated area maps, is that right, General Manager O'May? Designated town area maps and the adjoining rural residential allotments, 1 acre or less, that may not have been captured in the policy as part of the annual review process. Review process, yeah. Just General Manager O'May, if I've captured that right, it's sort of just trying to reflect the conversation that we're not talking about going out to all rural residential lots, that we only really want to look at those allotments that might have slipped through. And in some cases, I assume that there might be a couple, and in other cases there may not be. I don't actually recall those maps, it was so long ago. Is the intent reflective of the conversation and clear?
Yeah, true, Mr. Yeah, no, there's significant correlation with the original motion, so that amendment would be fine.
I'd like to move that. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. Just before I look for a seconder, if in regards to consider the designated town area maps and the adjoining rural residential people, so they're currently zoned as rural residential and obviously paying rates as rural residential people. Now, if we were to change that and capture that under the town mapping area, their rates and their identification as rural residential will not change. It's just the policy of overgrown allotments. That's a clear understanding. So nothing will change, because there has been questions. Councillor Henson and myself have been approached, but it turns out that the people that were asking the question didn't fully understand about dog registrations and rural residential and all this sort of stuff, and thought their rates were going to. So I just want to be clear in my own mind that by capturing them and maybe moving the boundaries of the town map out, it's not going to change their rural residential policy. Yeah, no, all good. So do we have a seconder for that amendment to the recommendation? Councillor Henson. Any comments or anything else before we've had good discussion there? So Councillor Duff, yourself, any comments?
So just a question through you, Deputy Mayor. Just wanted to ask General Manager O'May, those blocks out around Proston Gardens, do you know what the size lots are there? Because that's where I'm getting a lot of requests, and that's a really built up area, but it's actually probably doesn't adjoin the town, but it's just a separate area. Just, do you know what size those blocks are?
Yeah, they would probably range from the 1 to 2 acres. They could be, well, they could get over the 1 acre there. Yeah, not off the top of my head, but yeah, I suspect they would possibly be over the 1 acre, a number of those lots.
Yeah, so that's an issue, because that's a really built up area with lots of people living there, and they probably could just get out slightly outside the 1 acre, but it's a really, when you drive around there you realise that they should be mowed, like it's not right. But to me it doesn't seem right that they're letting them just become like very, very untidy and safety issues. So I'm just a bit concerned about the 1 acre. Even if you just changed it to built up areas, like where there's a whole resident, it's almost like a residential a lot like precinct.
Yeah, I guess my reason for capturing that was so that we don't capture the 5 acre lots, like, so
Yeah.
1 to 2 acres or less, like,
Yeah.
Because I understand even in some instances people own 1 or 2 actual blocks in the area or something, we could consider that in the review, how many of those, but I would not want to be, I agree with Councillor Erkins, I wouldn't want to be out there looking at 10 acre lots or anything like that. And they really do need to be in areas where people, where it is built up and the expectation differs. So I also very mindful not to tie up our staff with things that we can't actually deliver on either, because then you set the expectation in the community that will deliver that service. So I think the review is a good idea. Let's have a look at how many lots there might actually be, what the impact of that would be, and if it's something that we can actually facilitate, we can have that discussion as part of the review. That's my thinking.
So just the suggestion before I go to Councillor Erkins, so where it says rural residential allotments 1 to 2 acres, do you want to just put in there 1 hectare or less, which is 2.5 acres?
Yes. Yep.
You happy with that, councillor Duff? 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres, covers all that?
Yeah, absolutely.
1 hectare or less, yep. Okay, councillor Erkins?
I'm pretty concerned about this because, you know, I just don't think that we really, if someone's got 2 acres of land, I really don't think that it's up to us to tell them how they need to maintain their block of land. Also, I know for a fact that in Nanango, we've got a very large block of land that was one of the ones that I spoke about to make sure that the ones that were in the town area were mowed, but that has been long grass for probably 5 years, caught on fire, did a lot of damage to fences and shade cloth and pergolas around it, and we have never been able to ensure that that is mowed. So I just think we're making a policy, or we're looking at reviewing a policy that is going to be, we don't have the staff to have them running around doing it. And really, I mean, some people like to have a nice mowed lawn. Some people buy a 1 hectare block of land and they might start off with a nice mowed lawn, but as they get older, the maintaining that gets difficult for them, and quite often what they'll do is just do a select area, and then maybe when they can get somebody to come out and slash it, they'll come out and get it slashed for their own peace of mind. But, you know, I mean, people go on about, you know, it, you know, encourages snakes and encourages this and encourages that. You know, I've seen snakes down the main road. So I don't think, you know, snakes travel, they're back and forwards. So if you keep your place clean, you should be able to see them if they come into your place. And I just don't think that we should be, as I said, standing over people and telling them how they need to keep their lawns.
Thanks, councillor. Look, that's fair comment, and don't disagree at all. It's common business practice, Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, but to review policies and that every 12 months or whatnot, and that the intention of this notice of motion today is just to review it. Now, when we get back and review it, you're entitled to that comment again, and this council may decide not to change the policy and leave it as it is. So we're only asking, the motion is actually only asking to review the policy. That we're not, you know, we're not guaranteeing that we're going to change it.
Can I just ask about when we actually did that policy? I mean, since I've been here, and I've only been here since May.
So that's what I'm saying. We review it when there's no date there. It's just going to be business practice. It may be a part of the budget discussions, June, July, August or whatever. So the notice of the motion is actually just asking to review the policy, not to make any changes, no guaranteed changes or anything, just to look at it. Okay, so that's where we're at. So we've got that amendment there, moved by councillor Shoemaker, seconded by councillor Henson, that the committee recommends to council that council review the overgrown property policy statutory 062 to consider the designated town area maps and the adjoining rural residential allotments 1 hectare or less that may not have been captured in the policy as part of the annual review process. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. So we go back now and that becomes a recommendation. So we've just got to go through the process again, councillors. So it now becomes a committee resolution moved by councillor Shoemaker, seconded by councillor Henson. As already discussed, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. 5.2, again, Highsville Sports Ground, another motion. And this again is yours, councillor Duff. Over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Just the motion is that council reconnect the power at the Highsville Sports Ground and install solar lights at the toilets. I'd like to move that motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Okay, councillor Duff, do you want to give further information?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. The High Progress Association has requested this as they are planning to hold a series of events in 2023, and the first one will be in February and March. There are also other locals wanting to hold events at the grounds, including a recent wedding where they had to use generators. There is power there and it's simply a matter of reconnecting it. There are no lights at the toilets, which is problematic, but people using them after hours at events or when caravanners pull in to stay the night. Also, the ranch sorting group are keen to use the grounds. There's quite a few other community groups wanting to like the grounds haven't been used for a while there, so there's a lot of interest now. And I think General Manager O'May thought that the power was already connected, but it has been disconnected. So yes, I'm keen to have some support of the chamber on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. General Manager Pete.
Yeah, I might hand over to Manager Peterson. She's got the background on this one.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, there is power at the site. The power was disconnected by the former community organisation out there that used to run the markets. So the fuses have been removed by Ergon from the power box. So yes, the power could be reconnected to the existing buildings out there. The toilet block, the public toilet block, was originally built not with the intentions of having it open permanently to the community. So that's why, there was no electricity hooked up to this particular building. The intent of that building was there just for sporting activities during the day. So over time, this building, the usage has changed out there, and I suppose the purpose and the utilisation of the sports grounds. So if we did want lights in the actual toilet block now, our suggestion would be that we investigate some solar lights. But yes, there is electricity there. What we probably need to decide, if we are reconnecting the electricity and community groups are accessing the power, this will be a new cost for council, and we would need to actually have the power box locked down to ensure that it's only specifically for events. We have tried to not have power, as my understanding, throughout the region for free camping areas, free stays, because that does lead into huge costs in electricity across the region. So in the past, my understanding at Cumbria, for example, when we have a power box out there, before it was locked down and not made available to people, we actually attract about a $7,000 power bill from that one power box by free stayers accessing the power, or free campers. So it's not really free, they access the power. So I'm just a little bit reluctant budget-wise that we just don't have those sorts of funds in our electricity budget if we were to actually reconnect and allow campers to willy-nilly use the power for free. But certainly if any community organisation wants to use power for community events, that would be something that I think would be supported by this organisation, and we could certainly go ahead and reconnect the power. But yeah, I'm just reluctant, and we would need to lock it down and have some sort of system in place where those community groups can access the key, but we'll need to check that power box because people do cut the locks off and access power, so we'll just have to monitor that.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Manager Peterson. That was going to be my question and concern. I don't have a problem certainly with council connecting the power up there, but I think the ongoing costs of power there, as explained, it is a massive cost to our ratepayers. Why couldn't that cost be borne by the Progress Association or Hydril Sports Ground Association and the committee there? They then would control the costs of it, and if you get caravanners there using the power, that could certainly blow out, as you've alluded to. But I do not have a problem connecting power there, but I think it needs to be the responsibility of the people in control of that area there to monitor and pay for that power, the usage of that power, because I don't think council's in a position to just supply power there if you've got, I mean, look, sporting events or whatnot, I think within certain reason, maybe, but I think it's a responsibility of the association there to perhaps control that usage of power.
Thanks, Councillor. Just before I go to Councillor Potter, a question to you, Manager Peterson, in regards to that. In situations across the rest of the South Bennett region that community groups have leases, because I believe the Highsville Progress Association has a lease over the sports ground now, is that correct or no? No, they don't?
Not over the sports ground. They have over a different area at Highsville where they're progressing with park and caravan parks and tidying up a big area there on the rail trail. But no, they do not have a lease over the sports ground.
So just another further question to that then. So being under the watch of council, any other community organisation that uses facilities across there and has power hooked up to these sort of facilities, who pays the bill? And you're suggesting, if I'm correct, that council foots the bill, but now we're talking this could go up to $5,000-7,000 on top of what we already put across the region. Is that what I'm understanding?
What I'm saying is you have other facilities across the region where you provide power, and the community organisations do not lease those areas. So we have power elsewhere and we pay for that power. However, if you were to open it up for free camp and that power box was made available for free campers to access, then you're going to have a huge increase in electricity costs. But if you're talking about several events a year run by community organisations and we lock the power box, well, I wouldn't imagine the electricity cost should be much at all. What's going to be difficult, as you can appreciate, is managing that power box. Padlock goes on, padlock gets cut off. Padlock goes on, padlock gets cut off. So, yeah, people just cut the padlock and hook into the power. So they're the difficulties we're going to have as an organisation to manage. And we have those issues across the region a lot.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm coming from. So I would be happy to support this notice of motion if there was something added in the motion around exactly that the Highsville, because it says here, that Councillor Duff, correct me if I'm wrong, Highsville Progress Association is a driving force behind this, and I have no objection to supporting community organisation events and that sort of stuff on the sports ground. Happy to foot the bill for that, but if for hind's sake that there's a power bill comes in that's $1,500, they need to be responsible. It should not come back. So somewhere in this motion, if there was some sort of wording around that they, and I don't know, I'm guided by you guys because exactly that. And that's just a way of trying to control, or not control, but make sure that the Highsville Progress Association is responsible for it and strictly looks after you can't control someone cutting a lock, and you might get away with 1 or 2 days and you see that's not going to put it over the top. But if you've got continual caravans going there and the people are advertising saying, oh, you can stay at Highsville and get free power and all that sort of stuff, that's when it becomes out of control. So fully supportive if there's some sort of safeguard around that. Now, how you do that, I don't know. Councillor Duff, you might want to change the wording. Manager Peterson, CEO Pete, I just don't know. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I support reconnecting the power at the Highsville Sports Ground. I also support installing solar lights and a toilet. Like yourselves, I am concerned about the power bill, and it would be great if we could do this and actually have the Highsville Progress Association actually take over the responsibility of the power box and the account and everything like that. Like, I would be supportive of that if that was somehow placed in the bill. I'd actually like to hear what Councillor Duff has to say with regards to that, and if we do change the motion.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'll just go to Councillor Erkins before I come across to you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you. We have actually stayed at the Highsville ground, and actually, in fact, Councillor Duff organised for us to get into the toilet because it was locked. This was some years ago when we went with the group, but we weren't looking at power. I don't even know whether it was on then. But, you know, most caravanners aren't actually looking for power, and unless you've got a number of power outlets, you're only going to get one person going to be able to hook into it anyway. But I think if the Highsville Sports ground association or whoever, if they have control of it, they may then, if there was a small caravan group that was going, they may charge them a small fee to have access to that power so they can, put an urn on, or so they can, do something. And that would be a way of them collecting some money to offset their power charges. The same as if they're in charge of it, if they're going to have a market or they're going to have an event, if they've got control of it, they can charge them to help, again, offset the fees. And also if it's with a lock on, if they are in charge of the lock, they are there. If the lock gets cut, they can keep a better eye on it and know what's happened. So I'm fully supportive if the Highsville group are responsible and look after it. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, through Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I think the issue comes back that the Highsville Progress Association were the account holders for the power here, so they had the account because they ran the monthly markets and that. So that's why it's been disconnected, because they've closed out the account. So I think you could actually include in the motion, like if we were looking at reconnecting the power at the Highsville Sports Ground, you could include just in there, so like for community use only. Yeah, and basically council would be responsible. I'm not sure how we pull a community organisation in.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jones, yes, General Manager O'May, it was the Highsville Market Committee that had the control over the power, but they actually closed. It's the Highsville Progress Association are a different group, and they're the ones that are actually leasing that railway land. The intention was certainly not for caravanners and leaving it open slather. It was just the solar lights for campers, but the motion, and I'm happy to change the wording, was simply about events. And as General Manager May has suggested, if council controlled that, because I don't believe that when the market committee had control, there was any issues with people smashing locks. It hasn't happened, and using the power. And they only ran a monthly market. So I don't think that that's going to be an issue. So it was basically just for events.
Yeah, okay. So Councillor Duff, at the moment, the suggested change there, you being the mover, is that council reconnect the power at the Highsville Sports Ground for community use only and install solar lights at the toilets. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I am happy with that.
Okay. Councillor Potter, are you happy with that change? Okay. Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I fully support. I think it's a great idea. I do think there has to be appropriate mechanisms in place so that the Highsville Sports Ground is using it for its intended purpose for community use. But my concern about just moving a motion that says install solar lights at the toilets is I'm not sure we have a budget allocation for such, and so I don't know how we would actually pay for that, and I also don't know what the scope or the costs of that project are. So while I think it's a good idea, I also recognise that things have changed since the time that facility was built, and if we are going to put solar lights there, we probably need to do a review around the reasons why, what kind of solar lights we need, where we need to put them. If the group's going to be running nighttime events, or is the toilets the best place for them? Should we be looking for trying to light up the grounds or picnic areas or alike? I'm not sure. I just would be much more comfortable to see this as per a normal process. Yes, that we reconnect the power at the Highsville Sporting Grounds for community use only, and that we scope the installation of solar lights at the toilets for consideration as part of our 23-24 capital works budget.
That's actually a fair comment, Councillor, because that actually reads as if we are making a decision here today and endorsing. So that council consider reconnecting the power at Highsville Sports Ground for community use only, and and installing solar lights at the toilets. So we're considering both those options, not making a decision, but having a chat.
Yeah, and so my advice would be and investigate and scope.
Yeah. Yep. How's that read, Pete?
You probably don't need to have the consider, because this is just a recommendation that will go back to council. So that's where the decision. So we're not making the decision, but if you are recommending, you don't need to consider.
The installation of solar lights. For consideration in the 23-24 CapEx program. And so, yeah, installation of solar lights at the toilets. Sorry. Because, yes, I know our budget's tight. We're going to be doing a lot of work on the revision of our budget, and to start new capital works programs halfway through a capital works project that a number of projects that we're already trying to deliver, I think is perhaps a little unrealistic. So certainly think I'd be supportive of that. Just in terms of that reconnection of the power, I think I was curious if we have actually had any, if our council officers have had any conversations with the Hives Hill Progress Association at all about this project, and the expectations of them for such. No. So yeah, okay. So, and as part of this process, would we have those conversations with them?
Most definitely. Yeah, we probably just need to get a greater understanding, like you said, about the solar lights. Is it on the outside of the toilets to provide security and safety, as well as inside the toilet facilities? And there are other structures there at the grounds as well, so it's an opportunity for us just to have a look at some of the lighting around this area.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Duff, for bringing it forward.
Okay, Councillor Duff, last chance. Yep, round up.
So my concern is that they're wanting to run like ranch sorting and events in February, March, and the problem with just sitting back and waiting and reviewing it till our next budget is that there won't be any power for those events, and as general manager, I may believe that the power was already hooked up there when we tried to run that wedding, and they ended up having to get generators, and it was embarrassing. And then the other one is that if they run ranch sorting and different things like that, and people want to use the toilets and they stay overnight, they can't. It's going to be pitch black. Like so we're just holding that. I could pay. I think I could pay for the solar lights in the toilets with my discretionary fund. Like, I don't think that just putting a couple of lights that are solar lights in the toilets is that big of a request that it would break our budget, or even even if I paid for them, like I say, with my discretionary fund. So I'm just a bit concerned about the fact that they're really keen to use the grounds. We want them to use them, and we won't have, we're going to wait till after the 30th of June. So I'm just hoping that people will support the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, just Councillor Shoemaker wants to respond, but I think Councillor Duff, we're in agreement that to connect the power back to the sports ground and the consideration for the solar lights moving forward, that's your concern there about not having lights for an event or something like that. So, yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, do you want to respond there? Sorry.
Yes, no, I agree with your sentiment, Councillor Duff. I certainly want to see the facility used, and it's wonderful that there's a real excitement about using it again, and regenerating that, activating that space, and certainly recognising the Highsville community, how important that is for small communities. My concern, I absolutely agree, if they're using the space and want solar lighting, we need to look at that. But I know many other events that I've been to in the past where, in instances like this, where there may not be the lighting capable, community groups have had to hire lighting and alike. So, if they are organising an event for February, March to bring this to council in January when we're already through a capital works program without a clear budget allocation, without a scope, without a costing. And I'm mindful this is going on a public facility, so it doesn't work the same. I'm also mindful with solar that, I've brought solar pumps quite regularly for our business with solar panels and the like. You can rack up $3,000, $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 really quickly with solar setup. So I think we need to get the best outcomes for the community, to do our homework, to not rush in and just try to fix a problem without actually fully looking at how we support the Hivesville Progress Association, having a conversation with them about what they want to do and look at the bigger picture, because if we are putting panels up there, there might be an opportunity to connect some more lighting around those barbecue facilities and things, which I imagine if you're having community events, that would be a really good outcome. So sometimes you've got to go slow to go fast. And I absolutely support putting some lighting in there or doing something in that regard and scoping this up like we would with any other project that gets brought forward, so that we can make an informed decision and allocate an appropriate budget. So that's all I'm asking in this case. Otherwise, I'm not supportive of the motion, because I can't make it if we haven't got the money to fund it, and I can't put our staff in a position where they don't have an allocation and they don't have the people on the ground to deliver the project. So I won't do that. We need to do things properly in this council, and that's why I do think we need to do a proper scoping.
Thank you. So I've just been made aware. So Councillor Duff, the changes that Councillor Shoemaker has suggested to your original motion, if you're not happy with that, we have to go back to your original motion, notice of motion, and deal with that first, and then we can go there. Pete, so I'll hand over to you just for a clearer explanation.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the amendments we were making to the motion there, if the mover and seconder were comfortable with that, then you could just go with that. But effectively, Councillor Shoemaker was suggesting an amendment, so it could be a foreshadowed amendment to the motion. But yeah, the fact that Councillor Duff was not comfortable with the inclusion in the original motion is why we should really deal with the original motion, or deal with the amendment if someone wants to move that. The other suggestion I did have is if there was concern around the power issue and the solar issues, whether you did separate the two issues out and do two separate motions. You could deal with power and the solar lights as separate issues.
Thanks, Pete. So Councillor Duff, question to you is, are you happy with what Councillor Shoemaker is suggesting in her recommendation? If not, we'll go back to your original notice of motion.
I'm happy with to add for community use. So the council reconnect the power at the Hivesville Sports Ground for community use. And then I wanted to just install modest solar lights, just so that they can use them toilets, because at night time there's no lights. So could I just put install? Yeah.
So you've answered the question, Councillor Duff. You're not happy with Councillor Shoemaker's foreshadowed amendment,
Yeah.
so we'll just drop that at the moment. We'll go straight back now to your original notice of motion, which is that the council reconnect the power at the Hivesville Sports Ground and install solar lights at the toilets. So we have got that moved by you, seconded by Councillor Potter. We'll go to the vote on that one. I think we've had discussion, so we'll go to the vote on your original notice of motion. Councillor Erkins and Councillor Potter, quickly, comments? Yep, Councillor.
Just actually a couple of questions to go with that, please. You can buy solar lights that you can set up quite easily and quickly.
$40.
Yep, from Bunnings or Mitre 10. And I'm just wondering whether this is something a community group could actually apply through discretionary funds, Councillor Duff, because that's something that then, if it's done through discretionary funds, it's done and dusted. And then, because if you go online and have a look, you can sort of see that the prices of them are, you can get really good ones for under 500, or as Councillor Erkins is showing me, you can get some for under 100. So
that's right.
It might be worth a look at discretionary funds for the solar lights for the toilets, and then go from there. Thank you.
So Councillor Duff, in hearing that, before I go to Councillor Erkins for final comments, in hearing what the prices and that are you willing to consider that we just deal with in your notice of motion, that the council reconnect the power at the Heisel Sports Ground? And then do you want to add something or change it somehow? And I'm guided by Acting CEO Pete here beside me in regards to the solar lights, investigating the possibility through discretionary funds or something like that, because by the sounds of it, it's something that will happen reasonably quick if you've got discretionary funds. I'll get Peter O'May to just explain and talk further to that.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm happy with that, but we'd have to have support of council that we could put solar lights in there, because if a not-for-profit group applied, they'd have to have the support of council. So that's why it needs to be in the motion.
yeah. I was going to suggest that if we did have just a way forward, connect the power and install low-cost solar lights. If we are looking at those less than $500 ones, we can do that operationally through the budget. I think we could investigate, like if you're talking about like solar street lighting and more substantial infrastructure out there, that needs to be investigated and budgeted. But yeah, it could be. But we have got the toilets open well, they're not locked now, so it probably would be prudent to have some of those domestic style, not the $30 ones, but install and if you included low cost in front of the solar lights, then comfortably for operationally we could do that. We will have to look at security because they are a very attractive item if they're portable. So yeah, we just look at how we'd install them, but it would be a way we could put some solar lighting in there, see how it works, and that. Like obviously all of this, if there is problems, we can come back if they're damaged or stolen or the power's abused, and then that can always be. But yeah, so suggestion of a way forward for council. So Pete, you're actually suggesting that council install them in an operational budget side of things to probably a $500 investment, and install them as a trial and see how they go. Yeah. So do we need to change anything around that on Councillor Duff's original notice of motion to capture that, or is that we all fully understanding that the council reconnect the power at Heisel Sports Ground and install low-cost solar lights at the toilets?
May I make a comment, Mr.
Councillor Hanshin.
Thank you. I would like to see, and Councillor Duff, I understand completely, and going to be a lot of people try and put a lot of work in out there with what their community events are going to do out there. I would like to see the wording in that, perhaps install low-cost solar lights to change to temporary, because they'll be temporary, all right, if we put solar lights in there, because they will walk. So I think if we could have a temporary solar system there, or solar lights, until council can further investigate further options, and there hasn't even been a mention of electricity there for lights in those toilets, because I know when they start to have these events in Heisel, they will want power, they will want lighting there in that shed next door, and the power is up right beside the toilets. I'm not sure what the cost would be to put power, 240 volt power in those toilets. That'd be something I'd be seriously supportive of. Along with that, then they might be able to put power in those buildings there or down the track when they perhaps get some grants and build something else there, because this will come back to council and they'll want lighting and something on somewhere else there. So I would like to see, and if Councillor Duff you would consider, and I'd be very supportive of installing temporary low-cost solar lights there and further investigate options.
Happy to accommodate that.
Councillor Erkins, and then Councillor Shoemaker, and we'll wrap this one up.
Thank you. If you're looking at something temporary, I agree completely with what Councillor Hanshin said. Once the power's connected, it'd probably be less than $500 to run a fluoro light into there. So maybe you can buy those lights that are on batteries that stick up in your cupboard or on the wall. I mean, you're not going to go in there and read a book. You only want to be able to see where the toilet paper is. So, so if you put a light like that up on the ceiling, so you've got to get a ladder to come and pull it down, put batteries in it and it'll come on as you come in and out. You know, I think that would be quite sufficient. Most people, when you're going to the toilet, if you're camping, you'll take a torch with you. The events at this stage are going to be during the day because they don't have lighting. So I just think you could, I mean, connecting the power, I think the organisation can probably put some, as I said, those temporary lights, or council can stick them up on the ceiling, and that would be fine. Save the $500 that you're going to put a temporary solar light and put that towards putting in a proper light in there that comes on and off, you know, motion activated. Yep. That's it.
Yes, thank you. I'm supportive of this motion, being that it's a temporary solution, but I am mindful with any of these sorts of projects and motions, we're often making decisions on the fly without actually knowing the risks, the costs, the full story. And I imagine with any public building, there are requirements and responsibilities for us to do things a particular way. So while installing something temporary from Bunnings might fix this solution for this event, I don't think we should be making decisions like this regularly. It just goes against my values, and in terms of delivering the best outcome for the ratepayers, I think we need to do more homework here and talk with the Progress Association rather than just assuming this will do. I don't like this will do outcomes, and I'm just mindful of the pressure we put on staff when we do make decisions like this off the fly. But I am mindful that they've got an event coming up in February, so I think by all means, if council's comfortable with this and our staff are comfortable with this, then I'm comfortable with this.
Any more comments? I think we've had plenty of conversation around this. So we have landed on that the committee recommends to council that council reconnect the power at the Highsville Sports Ground and install temporary low-cost solar lights at the toilets and investigate options. Moved by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, it should have for community use.
Very, very well picked up, Councillor Duff. Very well, yes. So the council reconnect the power. No, well done. Highsville Sports Ground for community use only, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, that's it.
Can I just ask then, sorry,
Does
that mean that the community group are not going to be responsible for the power? That means council are going to be responsible.
No.
Council are going to be responsible for the power. Councillor Duff.
Yes, Councillor Erkins, because there's no lease over those grounds.
That's correct. It's the same for every other facility across the South Burnett that no one has a lease over. So, and it's up to the Highsville Progress Association to monitor that lock, and we'll just see how it comes back if there's any locks or whatever. Anyway, end of conversation. We will now go to the vote on the notice of motion for the committee recommends to council that council reconnect the power at the Highsville Sports Ground for community use only and install temporary low-cost solar lights at the toilets and investigate options. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. 1 to go. And no surprises, Councillor Duff, this is yours. Notice of motion, Kingaroy Memorial Park. We briefly touched on this earlier, so I'll hand over to you for further information.
So, Deputy Mayor Jones, this one, Manager Leanne said that we'd already gone out to tender for this and it was over budget, but basically to me it's a priority, and if there's any money that, like Councillor Shoemaker was talking about, in the budget for Memorial Park, I think that should be a priority. So basically I'll just put that forward, and I'm happy for comments, and yes, thank you.
A point of order,
yeah.
Deputy Mayor Jones. Yeah. My thinking is that this is actually a live project that our operations team, that we as council have already adopted, It's something that's in train and being investigated now. So I actually challenge the relevance of this motion at all, being that it is a current capital program project. It's something that we've discussed. There's a lot of work that's gone in behind the scenes to try to find the most cost-effective option for council to deliver these works and remove that asbestos. And I just think this motion really just is null and void in the sense that this is already something council has supported and is in train. And, you know, so I'm suggesting it's not even relevant.
Thanks, councillor. I'll look for advice from my acting CEO, but Pete?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, so that would be a fair comment because it is a project that we are currently working on, and I think because of the delay, Councillor Duff was probably not aware that it was still progressing because we were, originally it wasn't on the budget. So yeah, I probably agree that the motion doesn't really add anything to the to operations. So I think the update given by the managers today was good, and it is a priority project that we need to get completed. And it already has the head of power count of council to proceed.
Councillor Duff, after those remarks, your thoughts?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Yes, I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
Thanks, councillor. Consider the notice of motion withdrawn. Excellent, thank you. Righto, we have one last item, councillors and staff. It's agenda item 14.1. It's the confidential section. The officer's recommendation that council considers the confidential report listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. That item being 14.1, Wandai and Mergen cleaning contracts. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. So I would like to move a procedural motion, Pete, I think is what we would call it, that we go into confidential. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Duff, are you still on? Still online? Okay, so I'd just like to move a motion that we come out of closed council into the open council. Have a seconder, Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, so 14.1, the officer's recommendation is, there we go, that council receives the report for information. Do I have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder, Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you all very much. That brings to a close the Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting for February. Thank you all for attending. Thanks for your input. I hope there's people still awake on live stream if they've been watching. And we'll see you all later, and thanks. Travel safe and see you tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.